the EuroHockey Championships to some decent European sides on show looking to get promotion to the top tier of European hockey. And we've got a blockbuster of a start, 4 games throughout the day, starting with Russia against Switzerland in just a few moments' time. Wales are up against the Czech Republic later on at 2 o'clock. Ukraine against Portugal is at 4:15, and the big one for the home fans here, Scotland, the host nation, they're up against France. France, one of the 2 sides that have came down into the second tier for this 2017 competition. So let's look at the sides then, and for Russia, well, side predominantly home-based, but they do have some decent players. One of the higher-ranked teams here, Myron Kairulin, was one of the joint top goal scorers at the World League with 3 goals. Yaroslav Loganov is the 29-year-old with 160th cap he'll be earning today, and Simon Matkovsky is another scorer in this side, including in the the World League game against Switzerland in that previous competition. For the Swiss side, well, they were here last year at the World League 1 phase. Actually didn't make it through, but got a little reprieve and made it to World League 2. Jan Hurdle was the top goal scorer in World League 1 and 2. Nick Schwer was a lively player here in Glasgow and one to watch. Manuel Keller is the captain, 92nd cap here. He will be making today. It's a fairly settled side. 1 or 2 experienced heads that maybe were familiar to the Swiss side have not been involved or aren't involved for this. Patrick Muller, who's another goal scorer, playmaker. Fabian Vollschläger was getting on a bit, 35 years old he was last year here. He isn't involved this time around in this Swiss side, but has been a great servant. So that's the lineups there on the field, as you can see. And it's now time for the anthem, starting with Russia.
Please remain outstanding for the Swiss national anthem.
So there are the anthems, and we're just moments away from the first match of the week. It's going to be a very busy week, 20 games for today. And alongside myself, Callum Patterson, we've got a great calibre of co-commentators. And starting us off with this one, Russia against Switzerland, alongside myself is top level FIH official Martin Monahan. Martin, great that you're here. You're looking forward to this game in the week?
Certainly the week. This game, absolutely. Really looking forward to seeing how Russia perform in their first game. Really expecting them to bring a lot of pressure to bear on the Swiss today. But look, as far as the week's concerned, lots of top hockey, lots of opportunities, and absolutely the place to be today, I think.
Yeah, well, I did touch on that France were one of the sides that have dropped into this level. The other one was Russia, and they're the two highest ranked sides here. But I don't know if rankings mean an awful lot. Switzerland were here, World League 1 last year, played well, just a bit behind level how Scotland and Wales played that week. Got a bit of a reprieve to get into World League 2, performed reasonably well. They're a side that made one or two little changes, but still a similar kind of lineup, and they did play some good stuff last year, so hopefully it should end up being an entertaining game.
I think so. Switzerland played in their Scotland game. I thought they did very, very well in that game. They ended up losing, but played really well, really pushed Scotland. So for me, lots of talent there. And they did get through to the next round of the World League, admittedly, as a result of other circumstances.
Well, they did meet each other in the World League 2. Russia did win 4-1. So that could be a little bit of an omen, but this is a little bit different. It's an overcast day in Glasgow, and it's good to see that filtering into this level we're going to be playing 4 quarters. It's been a thing really at the top tier of hockey in the last year or two, but now it's coming to fruition here. So 4 lung busting quarters of 15 minutes ahead, which should be rather exciting. Could be new to one or two who are not too regular with it. And we're nearly set to go here for the first match of the day and the week. Pool stage, of course, in this phase, and we are underway, and it is Russia in the white predominantly to get us going. So in this pool, Russia, Czech Republic, Switzerland and Wales. Pool B, this is Pool A, France, Ukraine, Scotland, Portugal. And say there'll be, I'm sure, a great crowd later for the Scotland side, host nation in Wales. I'm sure we'll bring a few up, not too far to travel, but there's a few in the stand watching this, and thanks for joining us for our live coverage. We're here with all the games all week. Mikhail Proskurekov with some early possession deep. Here he is once more for Russia to thread something forward. There's Morard in there just to disrupt things early on in the Swiss defence. Fabio Marielli makes the decision, so we'll get a little bit of breathing space for the Swiss.
Interested to see how Russia handle the Swiss defence here. Expect them to really press them, certainly for the first few minutes anyway.
Kai Rulin, who is a goal scorer for this Russian side, tried to drive on, but didn't last too long. It's rather aimless. Came right to logging off the captain. Forward went to Kai Rulin. Bit of a slip, but Kai Rulin continues in an excellent early save to deny Russia in the first couple of minutes.
Low to the goalie's right hand side. Difficult one to get down to, especially so early. Spotted it.
Kovsky trying to work it in now. There's Morand. Held it up initially. High and long from Greda. Just a little too long for Boris Stomps. The fetching a little headband on. Skunikov made the initial run, looking to try and win it back here. All high in the air. Xavier Fenert and Jamie Hooper, the two umpires for this. I'm sure you've got a beady eye on them there, Martin.
Jamie's been spending a lot of time in Glasgow. His last various appointments have been here. Well Kent faced the crowds. Xavier I haven't seen for a number of years since I met him in Saint-Germain many years ago, but highly experienced French umpire.
Little tussle and the two appeals to umpires, which ball is going to fall back for the Swiss, and Marielle looking to take it on quickly. Mikel switching it across for Michael Morard. Morard, it's going to funnel its way. Can they get the keeper? Came lashing out. Did Gafarov. They got away with it, did Russia. It was a sneaky little running behind.
The keeper was making sure he got there.
Yeah, Jan Hudel, the danger man for Switzerland. Forward, skips away by Nick Schwer, as I mentioned at the top, a player who was a real playmaker for the Swiss side here in Glasgow at the World League One last campaign. Kunikov is making the roving one once more. Once or twice he's done that, trying to help it on with Kornilov, but losing out. Martin Grader again trying to help with a clean-up job. Found support in Yves Morard. Russia 21st in the world ranking. Fired in by Loganov. Still in the edge of the circle. Anton Kornilov had support, and it's going to be played right across the face of goal. And it was Andrei Kuriev trying to get a stick out, but hadn't quite found its way into the goal. First time Swiss have been caught out in the behind.
Back post would have expected to have done better there. The goal was gaping. Nice work from Marco Schell to keep his path. Marielli back. It went to Keller, the captain for the Swiss side. Joakim Golubev, and he's still in the tussle, still remains with the side in white. That is Russia with a little red and blue flares. Skuryakov goes back. Forward from Konstantin Nikitin. We'll go back to Piskarikov. Switch of sides here for Anton Kornilov to try and work in again. Just running out of space again, but a couple of times now Russia just starting to wheel in behind the Swiss defence. Managed to break his stick there. Running off a quick stick change.
Good work. 7 minutes or so into the competition, you've already broke one stick. Here's Jan Hudel now though for the Swiss, trying to break away. Gail Vaishoda, one of the two Vaishodas in the squad. Benoit Vaishoda was here last year, but Gail's an up-and-coming star, another up-and-coming star for the Swiss side. A more regular piece in the team. That was Benoit Vaishoda, just trying to keep it in his path and through the other channel. Come back here, they're trying to get on with it quickly. Yves Morar trying to hammer it in. Boris stomps, and it's into a good area there, and one or two groans from the crowd.
Looking for that small touch, just enough to take it past the keeper, who wouldn't have a chance at that pace.
Good idea. Might fall kindly here and does for Marco Michael. He's taking a little bit off the pressure they've faced over the last few minutes and trying to get something going in the other direction. Keller stumps for Yves Morard. Good cut out there by Loganov, experienced head. Nikolai Komarov foul there. Little brief talking to from the umpire. That was a steady warning for Jan Hurdle.
Quickly got out to the side of the umpire there and ran off the pitch. He knew he was a bit naughty there.
Skabersky trying to keep it and held it for his side in the duel with his opposite number, Marielli. Russia, it's their turn again. Nice, and almost we've fed through. Is it going to fall kindly in the circle? Well, Stefan trying to stop it, and away it goes, and just anywhere will do. That was nice little couple of quick moves, swift moves, as changes start to roll through for both sides on the sidelines with their own subs.
Mass substitution there. Very much the style.
Like a dance being coordinated, everyone on and off very, very quickly. Keller couldn't keep it in his tracks. That goes to Alexei Mayorov. Forward for Anton Kornilov. On that side. Mayorov thrashing it off to Jonathan Apel. Skapersky. Back it goes with Venom from Artem Borisov. Is it going to stay here? It is. Can they set it up? Anton Kornilov was waiting for it, but smothered away again by the Swiss.
The Russians are definitely getting in round the back of the Swiss. That'll be a worrying sign for them, particularly on the left hand side.
Again down that channel it goes. Schneider was juggling around a bit, but got away with it for the Swiss side and half cleared. Twist and a turn from Artem Borisov. Pavel Golubev. Borisov was in the support. Forward from Markovsky. Golubev again was trying to keep his path and away from danger once more in the most unhandsome way. Yves Morard right in that corner for that respite. Swiss had their 2 or 3 minutes roughly of pressure, but Russia are certainly the best of this first quarter. Skabersky all the way across circle, and out came Jonas Forrest. Russia intercept it back here. Kai Rowland just nipping in behind to disrupt things. Mikael Morard. And Martin off went to the left with Oscar Arf. Kai Rowland. Nice movement. Getting the sticks clattering. Kovsky trying to feed it through, still will stay with Russia. Partner straight in the air for the appeal. Zamar Latinov goes left. Alexander Skapersky. Nice play. Poskuranov is in a fall somewhere. Keeper's trying to smother it. Oh, and it kind of weaseled its way in and out, but out it went.
Well taken by the Swiss defence there. Stopped it running across to the penalty stroke area. Fortunate that it went over the baseline and not into the goal. Would have been a counter. Lovely defence.
Mikhail Proskurov gets going for it as we're into the final minute of this first quarter. Skapersky firing it. It come off an arm, well, away it goes. Proskurov went wide again. That left channel, as we mentioned, hasn't a lot of joy. Borisov and Mayorov trying to make the run. Skapersky. And that's going to trail away, and that will do probably for the first quarter here.
Run the clock down for the last few seconds. Swiss would be happy to come out of this on a 0-0.
So an interesting first 15. Been a fast old start, no goals for either side. As both sides get a brief breather for a couple of minutes. No goals, but in the balance of play, certainly Russia have had the better of it, the higher ranked side here, but bar a couple of minutes about in the middle, Russia have been very much full possession and half chances.
Yeah, indeed, yeah, and particularly that left channel. A lot of work being done down there, bringing it round along the baseline, looking for the back post men. That would appear to be their game plan, certainly for the time being. Switzerland really need to work on that, I fear. Although from their perspective, they had a solid 4 or 5 minutes midway through, worked their way out there.
So that is the sides getting some of the chance out of the first quarter. There is one or two of the chances. Russia certainly predominant so far with their movement, and it's the end behind. This was what a rare one on the right side, but they have been doing this the whole of the first quarter.
Yes, that was the just missed on the back post.
This was a moment, probably the only half chance Switzerland have had in that spell where they did have a bit of possession.
Spodel being naughty. Won't be any more of them in this game. Certainly not for the Swiss.
There was another one. Again, Proskuranov was trying to rattle one. It did say it came from the left side and it came off a stick and went wide. I think it might have came off a Swiss stick actually, but that was a dicey moment. Well, we talked about the left side, but they've actually, when you think about it, they've had a couple of moments on the right side, so both channels they're inflicting damage, the Russians, which Swiss will need to maybe had a little chat about in that couple of minute break.
Some marvellous 3D skills coming down the right hand side, very much lifting it a couple of feet off the deck, working his way through. Look forward to more of that.
So here we go then for the second quarter. Pool B game, the other Pool B game afterwards at 2 o'clock is the Czech Republic against Wales, and then we've got the two matches from Pool A. France 17th in the world here. Russia, I should say, 21st in the world. Russia 17th of the highest rank. Russia the second ranked side here, 21 in the world. And Switzerland 28th. They've had a good spell. We're 30th this time, roughly last year, so it shows that with a bit of progression, a bit of luck into World League 2, they have made little gains. As the rain comes on, it's a summer's day in Glasgow.
Scotland and Switzerland have had a good year in the rankings. Both progressed significantly. Both had good runs. Scotland around further.
Good run from Nicotine. Nice little bit of play for the Swiss to try and break away through Grader in that channel. Florian Feller with a nice little burst and pass through. Marco Michel. Yves Morard switches it round. Forward for Jan Hudel. Yves Morard and goes to Sebastian Schneider, trying to wriggle it through the D. Jan Hudel was looking in anticipation. Almost came through the gap. Slom's trying to keep it alive. Mikhail Morard too, but Russia could capitalise on the break. To Andrei Kuriev. Try and win it back from Martin Grader.
He wasn't getting a lot of help there from his teammates.
Good run in this, and nice ball, and it's a decent effort and goal from Marek Kairulin. Goal scoring machine for this Russian side.
Tailing interception from the goalkeeper's stick there. Russia sliding in at the back post. Excellent.
Seymour was trying to weave through, but just carry off. There's a different route now. Borisov, Kairulin turn and to reverse it. That was high and away.
Lovely turn there, just had half a second to spin round, pull in on the tomahawk. Just unlucky, didn't quite catch it, sailing over the crossbar in the end.
Forward to Miguel Proskariov it went. Support further forward. Good turn from Komarov. Good strength to carry on. There's some space there in the outer edge of the D, but not found. The scene there. Mayorov was waiting, but still continues with Komarov. Weaving around and lurking too was Anton Kornilov in front of the keeper.
Excellent defending from Switzerland not to give away. Corner there, sticks down, guarding feet. Frustrating the Russian strikers.
A little eye off the ball there from Russia, and Konstantin Nikodin has given this to Switzerland and Jan Hudel. Nice turn. Bit of a hit and hold trying to get through, but did help the Russian players, so it will stay with the Swiss. Driven forward, helped on its way by Keller. That's going to dribble away. Back it goes and try another manoeuvre. Both Mirards link up Yves to Mikel. Yves Morard. Fire at some pelt.
Just got the deflection exactly to plan. Went wide, but that's what they were looking for. There we go. Could so easily have gone. Swiss were very comfortable about going for the direct route one approach there around the D. They're not really going for moving the Russians about too much.
I guess they're trying to take any chances they can. Russia have had a lot more possession, and Switzerland, if they can get the ball forward, try something a bit different, try and pinch a goal. Nice space here for Schneider. It's been a bit of help, Schneider. Mikael Morard out to the Morard Yves. Marco Mikael losing that, and now counter time. Oskarayov right to Laptev. White bodies flooding into the circle. That's cut out though. All the red jerseys came back as well, and it was Nicholas Stefan that did the job there, and here he is, and now break for the other side. Can they help in this way? Benoit Vaishota was there and was in the right spot, but smothered by the keeper.
Again, that Route 1 hockey really paying off now. Straight down the middle again. Deflection, keeper taking it well.
Extra stuff from Andrei Ivanov. Mikael Morard, the turn to roll forward. Certainly just inched away back in it. Haven't really changed their style going forward, but find a touch more possession to try and be that little bit more influential in their sort of Route 1 directional play. But Russia is now their turn to counter. Golubev still going. It's rattled off some feet there, I think, and Russia will claim it back. Good work. Golubev held up well. Spin from Zamalutinov, and umpire blows that one.
Obstruction. The striker ran in front of the defence of another striker in front of him, couldn't make the tackle. Lovely soft skills around that though, from the top of the D in, spinning around, almost found the space to where he wanted to get to legitimately. Sadly his colleague causing the obstruction.
Schneider kept that in, and it's going to be some job to keep that one in, but nice idea. Schneider with the Nuremberg club. Up the other end, here come Russia, control from Kyrulin, and again smuggled away. Very end to end this quarter.
Certainly is. To the advantage of the Swiss, I suspect. Russians much more comfortable, starting slowly, building forward, then pouncing down the left.
And here is a chance for Schwer if he can control. Needing some help. Jan Hudel is coming in. Keeper is all over the place. Jan Hudel, can he get it in? Yes, he can. And they have smuggled a goal. Their play on the break has been rewarded. Better second quarter from the Swiss, and they have scored.
Wonderful support play there, coming from very deep. Ran straight into the D, received it. Look at that. Possibly could have fallen over, kept going. Scud. Wonderful support, wonderful goal.
Excellent from Jan Hurdel. One of the main players that plays for Rot-Weiss Vettingen, was the top scorer in World League 1 and 2, scored 3 here in Glasgow, 2 in World League 2, so we've got 5. And well, what a moment. Looking to try and twist and turn. Kilmore are trying to get it down the channel. Gurev's got to watch the eyes behind his back. Keller trying to rove around the outside of Trichkovsky. Nice work, and Stomps trying to keep it alive. Fella. Tell you what, a bit of wind in their sails now after taking the lead. The Swiss pretty confident now.
Absolutely. Russians not sure how to take this. Everything was going their way for virtually all the first quarter, into the really deeply into the second quarter. Suddenly, change of game plan required, perhaps.
Guess maybe half time might help them out as well. Just a 10-minute variation, but still time left, just under 3 minutes in this second quarter. Thanks for joining in live coverage at the National Hockey Centre Glasgow for the first match of a whole week of games from this EuroHockey Championships 2. And Russia trying to reply, trying to get back into the top tier, but behind tier against the Swiss. Twisting a turn in towards the D, and away it goes by Kyrulin and some Latinov who were in the D but not near the ball.
A late reaction from the right hand side of the pitch. They wanted to be there. Always assume the striker's going to do what's required and put it across the front of the goalkeeper.
Logging off to Zalitinov. Alexei Mayorov now. Across to Konstantin Nikitin. Obstruction, I think, there, the umpire. It's been switched around. Bodies all over the place.
Thick fencing.
Smarard's pass didn't find anyone in red. Just looking to try and keep a bit of the possession for the last 70 seconds or so left in this second quarter. Up long it goes. Oh, it might fall kindly for Laptev. Keeper came out again. It's a misjudgment. Laptev almost fell in behind. Here he is for now. Nice tidy stuff from Gale by Shura to nip out the danger for Manuel Keller into the final 30. Kilmore just a bit of keep ball, and that'll do for the second quarter, and that is half time here in the first match of this EuroHockey Championships 2. Jan Hurdle with the opening goal of the competition for this year, and in this game in the 25th minute, a surprise could be in the offing really, because Russia, the higher ranked of the two sides, side that came down to the second tier. Swiss, though, we do know they are a decent side where they can hold it off for the whole game. We will see, but certainly it's thrown a bit of a span in the works, and it could well be a really exciting second half.
Indeed. Russia had the possession, they had the number of chances, they had every opportunity to put the ball in the back of the net themselves. Few squandered. Swiss roll up the pitch, real first substantial chance, put it away.
Yeah, so first quarter, Russian chances with all the possession. There's a few that we've seen, and half chances you could say, but certainly we're getting in behind through the Charles. Second period, still Russia with most possession, but the Swiss had their moments. That was about their only rare moment in the first quarter, but the second period, the ball was working so well. This was another good chance on the counter. They were making more use of the counter and getting 2 or 3 bodies there to make things happen, and this was the moment.
See the support from Odell coming from deep, collecting and coming through.
And then he collected it, was the support was there, but then he had to try and juggle it. Bodies coming in, found the gap through. And well, he is the top marksman in terms of goals. A little bit of defending to do towards the end, but certainly it shapes up for a really exciting second period, because maybe slight underdogs, or certainly underdogs in this tie, are ahead at half time. There's Russia 0, Switzerland 1. We'll be back shortly for the second half.
Yeah, we've been out outside and pictures taken. Get us different description. Good boys. Lass mal einmal schälen. Boys, warte mit Schälen jetzt. Bälle liegt immer noch hier. Bälle machen mehr so blau.
Okay, and welcome back for second half coverage. It's the first match of the EuroHockey Championships 2, and it is Russia 0, Switzerland 1. Top level FIH official Martin Wonnen alongside myself, Cal Patterson, for this second period, third quarter to come, and just talking there off air about the fact that we're really geared for an exciting second period. The Swiss in World League One last year gave test to Scotland and Wales, who were the two kind of favourite sides to go through, and Switzerland did eventually get through, but the thing with Switzerland, they seem to just tire out, fizzle out a little bit later on, so the test will be whether they can keep their heads and go forward for the final two quarters. A bit of a false start, but underway for the third quarter. So, as I say, it should be an exciting old second half, two quarters here if Switzerland can keep in this.
Yeah, a real team talk for Russia there. Everything going their way, coming out 1-0 down. See if they change their game plan, whether it will still be forcing down the left and then creating their chances from the right.
And here they are then with Kurev needing some help. Hammer in. And then it's going to be a penalty corner, and it's taken until the third quarter to get one for the morning into afternoon for the first game. But we've got one now, and a chance for the side trailing in the early stages of this quarter.
Yeah, a bit of a miscontrol there from the defence. Half took it, glanced off the foot. Penalty corner.
So, of course, under this 4 quarters rule, clock is when it's stopped, as it usually is anyway, for these penalty corners, while the Swiss side get themselves ready. Kuriev across there, so who is going to step up? Umpire's whistle goes.
Yeah, breaking the line.
See you later.
Breaking the line from Switzerland there. Off you go.
He knew it as well, didn't he? He was away off.
Yeah, he kept going. Quick huddle from the Russians. Expect the ball to be moved around the D here. Options definitely on.
Jan Hudel is away back to the halfway. So take 2. Looks like the same result. It's smothered away. Kowski with initial strike, but then followed up, and it is the equaliser for Russia. It hasn't taken them long to respond.
No, they still went for the straight strike.
Sergei Spichkovsky, I think that was it. Just wheeling in underneath. Full turn to twist in and make it 1-1. And to the bell. No chance for the keeper there.
Turn, just a reverse stick. Hit. Keeper a wee bit annoyed with himself. Don't think he could have seen it.
So, the reply was very quick from Russia. And we are back on level terms. And maybe we'll be back to the form book with that equaliser settler for the side who are looking to regain top flight status, if the week can go to plan for them. One or two other sides may well have something to say about that. And there is a goal scorer. Spichkovsky across goes and down to let's skate. Not for long.
Full press from the Russians here.
Boris Stump's trying to wriggle away.
Clearly decided they're giving the Swiss no time on the ball for this half. No time at all. Forcing it to go forward, not round the back.
Here's Spichkovsky once more, trying to barge out Stomps. Good work defensively from Yves Morard. Here he is again. Stomps found Nikitin. Oskarov along, deft. He'll chip it up in the air. Makovsky. Haran Mamayarov, is it going to fall here? And just away from the target, Andrei Kuriev. And they've found the second wind in this third quarter.
Really pressuring. Really pressuring.
Not far away. Switzerland looking to try and reply. bit like the first quarter of this again, how the Swiss struggling to get anything. Yves Morard. Nice space opening up for Reinhard. Doesn't last too long, but that was a bit quick. And very quickly back with the Swiss, but Yves Morard was always under pressure. Now Kai Rulin, and there's a break on here for Russia. Plazetsky's across, Kai Rulin went for himself. And I wonder if maybe one or two of his teammates are thinking that's maybe a little selfish.
Two on one at that point. Want to be using the one where possible. He takes it himself. Fantastic shot. Does hit the metalwork, but sadly the side posts.
Keller, come back with him. To get round Kornilov. In the end, it didn't really come to anyone in the right colour for his side. Long for Laptev. Kept it under his path. 4-5 Swiss bodies pressing, including Reinhard, who was on one of those long runs, but that's been cut out too easily. Golubev with the feet of Schneider. Golubev working it in well. Skipersky, and frustrating moment for him.
He created his space, faked to the right, pulled it back to his back stick, didn't connect, scuffed it over the bar.
Yves Morard funnels through, and it was Gail Vaishoda that felt him, just tried to spin and get a shot away.
Unexpectedly came to him, reacted well, spun, took the reverse shot, keeper ended up nice height for the keeper.
Nice movement from Sandra Reinhard. Martin Greder switching for Mikael Morard, and it went looking for Stefan, but Nicotine there defensively gobbling it back. Well, is it going to fall through here? It might do. Kornilov is through. Can he make it 2-1? No, he can't. And it took a bit of fortune, it came through, but not quite the end product.
Wonderful deflection pass from the right winger to deflect it into the path of the striker at the top of the D. Absolutely wonderful.
Big moment there for Russia. Got themselves back in level terms earlier in the quarter. Corner went from Zamalutinov. Kornilov goes into the D. Well, obstruction sign, so that'll better quickly go back to the Swiss as we're into the final 6 minutes of this third quarter. Really engaging game this, and Russia have certainly brought us back in level terms. Switzerland aren't out of this yet, still in with a chance of trying to get themselves a surprise scoreline to many.
very similar pattern to the first quarter. Russia, for the first quarter here, for the first half of this quarter, really pressed the Swiss. Swiss had nothing as a result of that. All Russia then, for the second half of this quarter, they've stepped back, they've allowed Swiss to play the ball around. Swiss have managed to get into the game, create a few chances of their own.
Jan Hurdle back, trying to sweep it back, but Zalotino did well to keep it for Russia. There's Hurdle again doing some defensive work. Hoisted high, but not anyone other than a red body of Yves Morard, and now Switzerland try and find their next wave. Yves Morard has wanted it back, but it's going to stay on the far side with Keller. Nice pirouette and movement, and that comes down very quickly.
The last two penetrations by the Swiss, the final pass on both occasions has been high and dangerous. Really unfortunate, but need to do something about that.
Forward from Borisov. Here's Marat Kairulan. Looking maybe for the 1-2, but Martin Gruder again in there. Experienced head, but still quite young in age, 24. Should make his 50th cap at some point this week. 48 now. Tchaikovsky, little argy-bargy, but he carries on, the goal scorer. Skipped away from Mayorov. Florian Feller on the runaway. A little stoppage, and it's going to be a green card here. First one of the game and of the week for Russia. So they're going to have a brief spell. Zalotynov is off for a couple of minutes.
Yeah, looked like a bit of a breakdown there from the Russians.
Big chance here, the last couple of minutes of the third quarter for the Swiss.
Green card, 2-minute suspension.
But here comes Skiberski. It's found its way through, and I think he was in a couple of minds. I thought he was going to play it in for Kairulan. In the end, neither really happened, and it skittled wide.
Halfway between the two options available to him.
Tchaikovsky, nice space here for Skaryov. Maybe looking for it back, trying to get it back. Penalty corner, came up off the foot of the leg, and well, this is one way to just try and take the steadiness out of the green card. They've actually played themselves into a good position here, and we see what happened Dale in the quarter. They got a goal from a penalty corner situation.
Yeah, they certainly appear to have their corners off pat. Lovely view from behind the goal.
Lovely view of the rain as well. It is still tearing it down, as we see here, as the Swiss side are ready for this Russian penalty corner. We've seen how influential it was last time. Nikitin, and it's brilliant, it's absolutely brilliant. Konstantin Nikitin, and they've turned it around towards the end of this third quarter. 2 goals, 2 from similar sort of spots, different scorer this time, it's 2-1.
Yeah, decided it was runner was too fast out for him that time. Last minute change of plan, drops it onto the left, drops his shoulder, reverse stick onto the far post. Wonderful reaction to an unexpected set of circumstances on the corner.
Will that take the wind out of the Swiss sails? They've got another quarter left. Still in this, but Russia, through a bit of grit really, they've had plenty of possession, played some good stuff at times, but maybe not at top gear quite yet early in the competition, but they can't afford, I guess, a bad result with so many good teams in. Swiss have their capabilities on a good day as well, so
less chances in this half, and yet those chances that have come along, Russians have taken them.
Switzerland looking for a quick reply, still with the man advantage. Mikkel was in there, Marco Mikkel. Kurev though managed to wriggle out, and long striding run of Wyszkowski. Nice turn as well. Took his time to find the support, which came in from Skapersky. Well, Lucen remains with Russia.
Move set up, wonderful crossfield scoop, out of defence under pressure, launches one to the far right hand side, almost instantly Russia on the tackling space.
Zalotino back on from his green card. Maybe I'll get this in a moment. Certainly provide an option for Oskarov, but instead goes back the way into the final few seconds of this third quarter. Borisov, Kyrulin. Don't think they're going to get the chance to get this in, because there is the hooter. And well, a turnaround for Russia, and a bit of bother at half time. But Wyszkowski and Nikitin with goals, both from penalty corner situations, and both proving crucial here. There's still a quarter to go, but Russia with the lead now, and well, certainly balance of play, chances, can't fault them, and they deserve their lead, but certainly showed a good response from the half-time being behind. Russia came out, took the penalty corners well.
They did. For the first period of the second quarter, did exactly what the game plan was, came out, put them under pressure, took the chances, which was a big difference this time.
Well, there was the first goal you've seen there for Russia, and then chances came coming. That was a good chance, never quite worked out. Then there's one or two others coming in. This was a 2-on-1, and kind of thrashed that really, that one.
That should have been played in front of the keeper to the back post. He knew that.
This was a surprise little chance which came up. Vice Shodad didn't work out, but one of the rare chances, and this was another break.
There's a deflection inside to the striker. Great vision.
In that case, good keeping, good smuggle away. This was the next penalty corner. It almost seemed quite a slow motion goal. It looked like it was going in as soon as it came to Nikitin. There's so much space open up there.
With the extra player having been sent to the halfway line.
So that is the goals confirmation there that it is 2-1 to Russia. And we have 15 left in this Pool B game, and we've got plenty of action throughout the day here, so hopefully you're with us for the long haul. Another game in Group B is next up. Czech Republic against Wales at 2, and it's Ukraine against Portugal, France against Scotland, both of them in Pool A. Loganov and Kovsky, who has spotted a great deal of space. Nice interlink, can they? In the back here, Kai Rowland is wanting it back. Quite in the D, but Kovsky will try and get on with this very quickly. And put the pressure on. A third goal would, you'd think, put things near enough to bed. It's into a good spot, and Andrei Kurev didn't quite get the control he wanted. There's the view from Berest, the Swiss keeper. Nice stuff from Stefan, not for long though. Pavel Golubev. It's in a bit of a sandwich. Crowder looking to race away, of course, opened the scoring with some excellent play. Yves Morard. Marco Michel goes to no one in the colour that he wants. I'll come back to him. Grader. Good space spotted, he may well want it back here, but here is Hurdle, who will try and take on himself and runs out of the baseline, and that's chance over. Now at the other end, nice ball here for Kuriev to try and finish it. It was Kyle Rowland making the run. Kuriev was waiting, and spinning chances here, Russia.
Classic counter-attack. Route 1 hockey down to the right, plays it straight into the striker, takes it early. Really unfortunate just to pull it wide. So will now be spaces. Switzerland realise they have to push that a little bit harder, take advantage of the space that they are given, but there will be gaps left.
The Swiss do know, however, that this Russian side, the kind of long ball or in-your-face tactics going forward, they're not too clever with that. And here is Storms trying to go direct and forward again. Jan Hurdle now to wriggle in. Oh, and a penalty corner as well. 1, 2, 3 moments of incident. The umpire is pointing to it, and chance here, first penalty corner for Switzerland.
Successive fouls.
I think it may have been Loganov back there, maybe using too much of his mental experience. He was one of the offenders. So Manuel Keller heads across for the injection. Yves Morard around. Marco Michel too. And it's tripped through Jan Hurdle there looking for the rebound. It was Nick Schwer with the initial hit. And up the other side, Russia break away. But the chance from the penalty corner not coming through. 1, 2 attempts. Swiss very quickly back to try and defend.
Again, that fast breakaway from Russia almost paying off there.
And it is in the D. Oh, and it's skinned through again. Umpires have stopped things. It was Sam Lutinov in the D, and
blood injury.
Blood here. Marielli, the one making way. Sore one. Bit unfortunate for him. Now a bit of a committee meeting on the restart procedure, which Russia of course will have.
prepared to back off just now. They're quite happy to sit back, force the Swiss into creating that error, counter-attacking thereafter.
Final 10 minutes then. Russia still with a slender lead. If they do win, this may well not be an A-star performance, but in the first game of the week, they'll probably take that and go home ready for the next match. It's the Czech Republic tomorrow. Will be the focus tomorrow. There's 2 games tomorrow and Tuesday. It'll be Group B tomorrow, Group B, and Tuesday. Mayorov cut out by Sebastian Schneider. Comes all the way back to Simon Matkowski. Spichkovsky. And it started off the comeback. Twist and a turn and back with the Swiss and Nick Schwer, who's had a quiet game actually. Talked about his real playmaking skills, which we've seen a lot here in Glasgow. If you watched the World League coverage that we had, Borisov for Puskaryov. Again, trying to utilise the channels and space opening up here. Komarov waiting, but it's going behind him and it's snuck in. And there is the gloss just to take things out of Swiss reach. It is the third, and that should well be job done.
Overlap coming down the right hand side, along the baseline. Clatter from behind as he was going down, still managed to put it into the back of the net. Marvellous skill.
So 8 minutes left in the final quarter. That secures things for Russia, who have had a bit of a scare here, certainly at half time. So any energy in the tank for the Swiss to try and rally something in the final stages. Pavel Plachetsky just to confirm the one dozing that in underneath to keep it. Puskaryov now. Little slide, not too much water on the surface in terms of the hoses. We've had plenty of that naturally. I think there might be a little bit more as the day goes on. It's fair at the moment, still a bit grey. About 16 degrees in Glasgow at the moment.
But it's brightening up.
It is a little bit brighter. I just don't like the dark cloud right in front of our eyes. That's the worrying one. And last ditch defending from Sandro Reinhard. Yves Morard with space here for Reinhard now. Hoodle looking to dance around in the circle. Too much dancing around.
Yeah, fencing there. Didn't want the Russian to get this tackle in. Knocked his stick out of the way a couple of times.
Borisov. Nickerton in the support, wriggled through for Kai Rowland. Just away by the baseline. Mentioned Russia, Czech Republic is the late game, the 6:30 in the evening game tomorrow, and we focus on this Group B. Swiss next have got Wales. Obviously Wales are playing next today. But Wales really huffed and puffed, a kind of game similar to this, huffed and puffed against Switzerland in the World League One here last year. So it could be tasty again. Swiss will be targeting the league to pick up a win. Some of the Wales side are watching on in the stand while this game finishes up. Trying to smuggle it in, and there's a chance for a second, not quite. Florian Feller with the attempt at goal.
Again, reactions from the keeper there.
Hammered across by Grader. And comes to with a match another player, one or two in the Swiss side that could well reach 50 caps this week. Grader plays his club hockey with Luzera. Hammer across on Hurdle, and he has scored, and the rest of a bit of life yet in Switzerland came up for him nicely, and that goal scoring man again to make it 3-2, just under 4 minutes left. Still a chance for them.
Lightning reaction there. Lightning reaction as the ball bounced up high off the keeper from the original deflection. Again comes unexpected, just reaches in there, puts it away. Wonderful goal.
Hold on to your hats then, not done and dusted quite yet. There would be some comeback to get something out of it. '40th cap today for Jan Hudel, the 25-year-old. Oh, and it's popped up again for him. And the keeper has to make the stop. It surprisingly came to him, and there he was, on for a hat-trick. That would have been miraculous. Switzerland may well have a bit of possession here in the final few stages, but they're going to have to quickly revert back to defending for now.
Chaos in the Russian defence there, giving the ball away. Had the chance, chose to go to his reverse, didn't quite come off for him, but wonderful opportunism from the Swiss.
Plenty of instruction going on there. Chris Elst is the head coach, a bit of a change up. I will miss Chris Faust, who was here last year, a bit of a character. Chris Elst now and head coach here in Glasgow this year. Martin just pointing out that he's across to the left, but it's not quite the same Chris Faust on the sidelines. He was a character.
The voice is there, coming from a different position.
Still part of the setup. Well, Russia are doing their best to just tick down the clock a little bit, but it will come back with the Swiss here. 2 minutes to go. What a start we've had in Glasgow. Grader down too much, and that will just zap some time out. Too much for Nicholas Stefan. Stefan, one of the older players on the park. Here is Hurdle though. Can he bring some magic? Pitch still slippery with all the rain we've had during the course of the game. Nickerton playing with fire a little bit. Kai Rowland controls. Switch of channels, but Kai Rowland looking to try and get it back from Skapersky. Kai Rowland continues. And this has been excellent time management over the last minute or two from Russia here. Not panicked. Tchaikovsky though was under a bit of pressure there, and it's the final minute for Switzerland. One chance they need. It's rather hit and hope, but could find and stay in here for Nick Schwer. Well cut out though from Puskaryov, and that may well do things for the side who have been chasing this goal over the last couple of 3 minutes. Here's Murad Keller. Going to run out of time here, Switzerland. Well, my goodness me, they gave Russia a big scare here. Maybe Switzerland showing that they're maybe a touch better than what their world ranking is, with a great year, as we've mentioned. And, well, took the lead. Then had the chance. Jan Hudel's been influential but Tchaikovsky and Nikitin in that third quarter. Zetsky as well, just putting things a bit more secure, but Jan Hudel just would not let Russia rest. At the side who have came down back into the second tier have got off and running in Group B. Well, bit of a thrill in the end, not quite the shock though maybe one or two would have thought would have happened if Swiss would have taken something from it. Here is the look at the goals, and this was the opener, Jan Hudel. It was a wonderful goal.
Been all about the support play from Jan Hudel there.
Then the third quarter was a devastating one for Russia in terms of how clinical they were from penalty corners. That's for 1-1. And then another one as well, not long, well actually towards the end of that third quarter, which turned things right around. Tchaikovsky with the first, Nikitin with the second. Then this is where we kind of thought, job done here, third goal for Russia. That probably cemented things, well it did in the end, but it wasn't quite the last goal of the contest. We managed to slide it underneath the keeper, Berchetsky. And then this gave the Swiss some life. Wonderful bit of skill to keep it alive from Jan Hudel. Came to him very quickly. And some great goals in show.
Absolutely. Difference between the teams there, I felt. Russia full press for the second half, for the first part of the second half, really successful for them. Got the goals they needed to receive, sat back for the rest of the game, and let Switzerland come back in. Sometimes that's what you just cannot do.
So there it is, 3-2 then to Russia, thanks to Martin for the moment. We'll be back ahead of the next game, which is at 2 o'clock. The Czech Republic take on Wales, another game in Group B. And we'll action with Ukraine and Portugal and France against Scotland to come in Group A. But we'll be back ahead of the game at 2 o'clock. But for now, the final score then from the first game here of the Euro Hockey Championship 2, Russia 3, Switzerland 2. Welcome back to the National Hockey Centre in Glasgow as the Euro Championship 2 continues. And we'll continue with Group B on this mammoth day of hockey, 4 games in one day. But we start off, where we continue on with the Czech Republic against Wales contest, which is underway in just a few minutes' time. Wales have been promoted up to this level after winning the third tier in 2015, but have had a really good last 12 months and may well be a dark horse to go up into the top tier against this Czech side who are 24th in the world rankings and may well feel they've got an outside chance as well if they can play up to the highest they can. But it's such a tough division to stay in and to get out of. So the sides lined up, anthems in just a moment ahead of this Group B encounter. And we'll run through the team lineup shortly, but one or two familiar names, particularly for the Welsh players if you followed some of the World League coverage, which certainly Wales had a good go at it, certainly through World League 1. And here's the anthems. So that's anthems for both sides. Let's run through the sides. And for the Czech Republic, well, Martin Hannes is the captain for his side. Very much starts for Alice Perenka's team. Thomas Prujaka, 108th cap, another experienced head in there. And also one to watch out for is Lucas Plocci. Scored 7 goals at World League 1 last year in a side that didn't get too many chances to win, but he was a big scorer in that side. It's a side which is quite common now with the Czech Republic either playing their hockey generally at home or maybe across the neighbouring Slovakia, but they'll be looking to try and take something against Wales, who were here last year for World League 1 and have a very decent side. Some great performance. Gareth Furlong, top goal scorer during the World League with 10 goals. He really is influential at penalty corners, one to watch out for there. Luke Hawker, one of the captains, is a real leader on the field, and plenty of options on the sidelines who their own subs, including Rupert Shipperley, who's a big, tall, strong figure who could be rather threatening throughout the course of this game and throughout the week. So Martin Monahan, FIH official, will be watching on the two umpires here and the rest of the action. Enjoyed a really stellar first game. What are you expecting from this one, Martin?
Hopefully something very similar. Unexpectedly close in the last game, a bit more evenly matched teams on this occasion, I think. But still looking forward to lots of action this time around.
As we've seen there, Maxim Peraplesacha from Ukraine and Joachim Wimmer of Switzerland, the two umpires. And we were kind of discussing before coming in here, Wales have had such an incredible year, a really good year in terms of results. They obviously have got up into the second year being promoted, but with the recent run they've had, 32nd in the world rankings seems a little bit slightly artificial with the run they've had, and they've had a good World League as well. So maybe looking at, they could be a side that might be dark horse for going up.
Indeed, very possible here. Definitely a purple patch they're coming on, playing really well, but this will be a test today for them. Saw the Czechs yesterday in a warm-up game. Very, very solid, very effective going forward, and really strong at the back.
All set, and it is Wales in their red and black, with them getting us underway for the second game of the day, and it's second match from Group B. Group stages until Friday, Saturday, then we get into the semi-finals and then the possible relegation sort of games as well over the course of Friday and Saturday. So a really eventful week here in Glasgow. Rain is back on, so nice and watered the surface. This Prosser, if that here's Draper now for Wales. Gareth Furlong back there, but so deadly when it comes to being in front of goal, as I say, especially penalty corners. Was brilliant against Scotland here in the decisive World League One game, which seemed to win, although both sides were going through anyway. Martin Hansen, early touch for the Czech captain. Cross from Prajaka. Dotted around Martin Leovic in the middle with a look at that. Back it goes though. It's a steady old start from the Czechs, trying to keep some possession early on.
Wales are leaving the left wing fairly free. Their left, right wing for the Czechs.
Power was looking for it, but back it goes from Leovic. Marked by Wales, and Jonathan Gooch with the turnaround. Support left and right here. Space opened up. Gooch couldn't quite find the pass he was wanting. James Kyriakides was coming in last minute, but it was a good little break.
Looking to just drift it into the defender's feet there, unsuccessfully as it turned out.
Soaked up the early pressure and then went for it when they had the chance. Daniel Newcombe, head coach of Wales, down there with some real instructions. Across here for Daniel Kyriakides. Quick turn here for Hawker. A little shoving that will come to an end, but there was space on that left side. Hawker was in and behind.
6 and 2 threes there, I think.
Thomas Power quickly on front foot. Jakob Kendall stopped in his tracks, a little bit physical. Jakob Kuritic. Forward for Draper to try and keep it in his path, back with Daniel Kyriakidis. Both Kyriakidis is playing. Daniel the number 3, jersey James 22. Rajaka flung it wide. Now here's Kendall. Muscled. Benjamin Francis trying to motor on. First early wave of subs for Wales. Gooch. Gareth Furlong trying to wind something up forward towards Rupert Shipperley coming off the sidelines. Flung forward it went for James Kyriakidis, kept in his path. Red jerseys into the circle, and James Carson tried to help in its way but went wide.
Just took an unnatural skip just before the striker on the back left. Just came, didn't quite expect it there, didn't quite catch it.
Carson with his 35th cap today. Jack initially trying to work it forward on the little battle there, Martin Capuch. But Wales have it with Shipperley. Capuch shadowing. Thinks he was fouled. Does Shipperley. Hasn't his path anyhow. Furlong to Gooch and Prosser in the middle there. James Kyriakidis trying to help it his way. Owen Dolan Gray was around. Clean for the premeditated routine of 3 or 4 changes for the Czech Republic side. Wojtek Kolar, one of those, get some early touches. The canny start from both sides here. Martin Hannes with a nice little turn. Hannes scored in the game against Ukraine at World League 1 last year. Not too much success at that stage. Come back here for Kolar. Lively since coming on. Taken by Shipley, who's roving away. Look at the water flourishing up on the surface. Daniel Kyriakidis across there. '57th cap international hockey, 50 of them with, or 51 now with Wales. 6 GB caps. Here's Furlong once more. Now maybe injection here for Shipperley. Nice support out wide. And just tapped away by Martin Hannes. First real injection of life, and been a calm first 10 minutes on both sides.
Yeah, he's certainly just now very much testing each other out. Wales playing slightly different formation. Czechs concentrating in the middle and then leaving the wide spaces for long passes. Welsh using their wingers a little bit more from the outside coming in. So far, just testing each other.
And here's Dolan Gray though racing in. Carson trying to get an effort on. Keeper smothered, and that'll end that move. Wales just trying to see if they can wind it up a little bit. Trying to apply the pressure on the defence, but up it went towards Mikael Barta. Free hit, so plenty piling forward for this Czech Republic side. Good view up from Wales, watching on in the stands. Prajaka now going to fire long and direct, looking to try and pick out Mikael Barta, who's in the middle of the day. And it goes again and spirals by everyone. Lucas Pochty this time was the one that was furthest forward, waiting to try and take a touch. Forward from Prajaka. Chance at goal, wide of the target from Jakob Kindle.
Half chance. See it from the reverse.
Chances have been rather spare in the first quarter here.
Not many circle penetrations, and those that have been, no particular plan in relation to what's going to happen. Very, very early days for the teams, just testing each other out at the minute.
Slipping a slide all the way through, the ball came for Gooch, and Wales might be able to pick up some space. Here's Dale Hutchinson. James Kyriakidis alongside. Good exchange of passes, and it's not going to come through. I thought maybe I've hit a foot in there on the way through anyway, but it's stopped in its tracks, and that was nice exchange of passes, just not quite the end product.
Yeah, and luckily hitting the Welsh foot out front of the keeper there, breaking the move down. But wonderful interchange down the right hand side. 1-2-1 again, in along the baseline and back.
Now more space for Wales. Draper took just a touch too long. Zalesnik. Barta getting in the way. And keep hold of it, but back with Wales and almost the end of the first quarter. Gareth Furlong plays at Surbiton and just keeps hold of it until the end of play in this first quarter, and we're heading to a couple minute breather and no goals so far, and it's been a very steady first quarter, shall we say, to be polite.
Steady indeed. Few interesting moves, certainly for me. Wales having a better quarter there and chance wise. Here we have one of the early ones. A half touch, lifted it over, and here's the better chance.
It was good work there from the keeper, smothering it both times.
Here's the interchange down the right, pulls it down. Unfortunate not to hit the first striker, missed it, hit the foot of the second.
Yeah, Thomas Harnish, the keeper there. Predominantly Wales chances there, and actually well into the director for finding too many half chances in that first half, because there wasn't too many. As I say, it was a steady first period as it still rattles down the rain here in Glasgow. Unfortunately the forecast for most of the day is rain. A reminder that there's still 2 games after this one as well. Ukraine against Portugal as we move into Group A in the standings. That's at 4:15 here UK time, and 6:30 France against Scotland. There's a good Welsh crowd here, I'm sure. A decent Scottish crowd, a few French fans. I remember when France were here last year with under 18 Euros, they brought a big support here and had the bells and whistles and the horns and what have you. So this should be the crowd stepping up as the day goes on. Ukraine against Portugal should be very interesting. Ukraine, another solid side against a Portugal side who I enjoyed watching last year at World League. They used to ship a lot of goals, but they were good characters and scored a few as well. It was a memorable game of the week was against Slovakia actually in the World League one last year. Was a good game. So some different stories and different tales to come. Portugal the lowest ranked side here, so that's to come later. Second quarter here now underway. Czech Republic 0, Wales 0. Thanks for joining us on a Scottish hockey coverage throughout the week. Great to have all the games covered for you. James Kyriakidis involved early on, scoring at this venue just over 3 years ago against Australia. He scored. It was a heavy defeat though, but pertinent time that we're playing a tournament here, just literally just over a 3-year anniversary since the Commonwealth Games. I suppose this is a legacy venue. Some great stats about Scottish participation rising after the Commonwealth Games playing hockey. So we'll touch a bit more on the legacy throughout the week.
Stand that remains from the Commonwealth Games that we're in today, still commented upon by everyone that I go and see when I'm abroad. They really like this stand. The whole setup features and lots of European programmes from the sponsors. It's a wonderful legacy for Scottish hockey who are based here. Yeah,
and there's been so many big tournaments in the last 12 months. Pakistan are playing here as well, of course, so it says a lot that other big sides are, Pakistan decided to choose Scotland as a base coming up soon.
Yeah, that's for the Pro League. That's all. For various reasons, they can't play their games at home. As a result, the negotiations with Scottish Hockey, they've agreed that here's the place to play, which is, again, testament for the legacy from the Commonwealth Games, that we have the ability to host that sort of match at full FIH level, with all the rings and whistles that go along with that.
Which I'm sure you'll know all about. Good work from Leovic initially, but Wales have it back. Dolan Gray, Shipperley, nice tracking back from Kapuch. All the Czechs. There's Parr. Martin Leovic with it again. 51st cap. Taking though for Wales in space for Carson, closing down a little bit. Power there to try and marshal. Wales just a little bit quick to carry on the momentum. Excellent weaving run this from Daniel Kyriakidis. Martin Hannes there doing a lot of the dirty work to try and get some sort of clearance here. Will remain with the side in red. A little loose, but finds Daniel Kyriakidis again and has to go backwards to go forwards. He's just trying to edge the pace up a little bit. Prosser, huge gap here. Hammer across by Dolan Gray. Oh, and Wales claiming, looking for something. In the end, it's went against them.
Claiming for a foot there. Umpire not with them.
Sometimes you need to guess an extra pair of eyes or a few pairs of eyes. The mayhem that can go on inside the circle.
Never have enough eyes. No video replay here.
No.
Wonderful development of hockey, of course. The video referral only available for the top tier tournaments.
Yeah, like so Scotland will benefit of that. France as well at the semi-final stage. It's interesting. You know, watching the semi-final recently, France only could go at one or two decisions, particularly, and notably the game against Ireland when they're trying to stay alive or try and finish high up. But it's an interesting tool, but maybe it'll spread as the game develops. Obviously, we've now seen the 4 quarters influenced at this kind of level tournament, which this time last year we're playing still 35s. Now here is Hawker. Daniel Kyriakidis. The Owen Wall. Coming together. Hutchison. Quickly on with it. There's Gooch, a bit of a slip and a slide. And that'll be the end of that. A wet backside. Huge amounts of space that have opened up. Thomas Power. Now maybe a chance here for the Czechs. Plotchi was around. Power again was trying to help in its way, but up for Wales and now trying to quickly break. Space here for Closer. Shadowed by Tomas. Closer carries on, it's high in the air. Maybe a little too dangerous, certainly one or two chats going on again. The Welsh players feel they're not getting much of the run of the green here.
Certainly enjoying their debates as the game goes on.
One or two on the floor this time. Rather greasy. Here is Gooch back to his feet. Picks out a great pass for Hutchison. Prosser to the left. Hawker in front. Here is Prosser. Hawker waiting. And penalty corner signalled. A few high fives there.
Lot of success coming down the left Wales have had in the last few minutes or so, finally rewarded with a neatly worked penalty corner.
Czechs getting the gear on. Just under 7 minutes left on the clock.
There's 40 seconds for them all to get ready, time fast running out for them now.
Yep, there's an extra little clock, 40-second clock, so they can see it. Draper across, first penalty corner of the game. It is Furlong, and he just cannot stop scoring from penalty corners. He is the man, and he gives Wales the lead.
This time chooses to go low. Usually see him putting them a bit higher than that, but keeper no chance.
Drilled it.
Keeper be looking for the lineman to help on that occasion. That didn't come.
He is just so potent from the penalty corners, Gareth Furlong. We've seen it last year at World League, and it continues that as well. 8 goals from his 10 he got in World League came from penalty corner situations. Tells you everything.
Opening goal of the game for Wales, number 18, Gareth Furlong.
So Czech Republic 0, Wales 1 here in Glasgow. And the first game for both these sides in the EuroHockey Championship 2. Wales, remember, promoted up to this level after winning the third tier a couple of years ago. They were consistently a second tier kind of side in recent years, but were relegated in 2013, so bounced back pretty quickly. Thomas Prajaka dispossessed. Sticks flying in, and see you later. That'll be a green, and there's going to be an extra conversation going on. But off goes Thomas Prajaka. Martin Hannes is getting told to calm down. And now Wales got an advantage here with Ione Wall. Down the channel, had support and found it. Hutchison helping it around. Draper can't quite keep it in his possession. Hutchison, good steal. Carson to James Kyriakidis. Stockton. Wozniacki is heading away up the other direction. final 5 of the second quarter.
A wee bit of frustration creeping in from that green card. Frustrated that the foul went against him. Followed the striker back and made sure he wasn't coming through.
Check something to get themselves back in. A lot of Keystone costs, but back in position as Wales to carry on, trying to make advantage. And rattled in it. Some pace, some gusto there from my own wall.
Temperature of the match is lifting just a little now. Players beginning to react to one another.
Jakob Kundal just ushered away by Owen Don Gray. Hannes to no one.
Disappointing pass in the end. Space was there, player was there. Sadly the pass wide.
It's another loose Czech Republic pass. Shipley will say thank you very much, and now Kyriakidis, James Kyriakidis that was. Hear the sticks from here, I'm sure. Gareth Furlong doesn't find anyone in red. This game is down, trying to keep it alive. Czech Republic are heading towards a couple of minutes left, so a lot of reply would be pretty good for them right now against the run of play. Prajaka back to the full complement as well, incidentally. His power, but disrupted, and now this is where the real turbo pace of this Welsh side. Shipperley, Gooch in front. Try to tee up Gooch in there. It's going to be a second. And that is a well worked team play, counter attack. Finished off James Kyriakidis. 2-0.
Started deep, driving forwards, using the overlap, bringing it close, playing advantage off the corner, back post man, easy.
So a little over 90 seconds left, and that will make that half-time talk a little bit sweeter. James Kyriakidis with the second on his 59th cap. Mind that world rankings, if you're into that sort of thing or believe them, you know, some sports are much maligned sometimes. World rankings, Czech Republic 24th in the world, Wales 32nd as things stand. Umpire's not happy again, and A little chat there, and it's going to be a green for Alf Dinney.
A bit of off the ball action there, it would appear.
There was 1 or 2 early warnings earlier in the game, and now it's a case of green cards flying out now for anything that warrants it. Shipperley now for Wales, taking on power. It's the last little play of this second quarter. Shipperley trying to just try and win it back, but Czechs are stuck down that corner. And there is the hooter, and well, pretty good stuff for Wales. Second coming right towards the end of that second half, which really just helps that team talk, doesn't it?
It does. Be interesting to see how the Czech progress for the second half. They were consistently going for that, holding the ball deep, trying to make long diagonal passes into the striking 25 without really using the midfield to get there. May have to think about changing that for the second half.
So let's have a little look then at the best of the action from the first period. We'll rate a lot about Gareth Furlong, but that's why from that situation. Excellently worked, and then the second.
The Tousey green card, unhappy, rolled through.
So 1 or 2 chances, I've mentioned the green card there before. Wales then grabbed themselves a second. It was a counter-attack move. And James Kyriakidis there just lurking to tap in. And pretty comprehensive. So that is the state of play at the half-time break. We'll be back shortly for the second half, but at the moment it's Wales who have a 2-0 lead. Welcome back then to the National Hockey Centre in Glasgow. Game 2 of 4 today in the EuroHockey Championship 2. It is the second game from Group B. Czech Republic 0, Wales 2. As we're literally seconds before we get the third quarter underway, and the Czech Republic are, well, taking their time, shall we say, which is well, tough luck in this game. And I think, I don't know what's quite going on here, but there's going to be a very quick green card shown to Luke Hawker. Official alongside me, Martin Monaghan. Any idea what the heck just happened there?
Stepped in, he was within 5, stepped right the way in, stopped the strikers going forward to try and break down play. Umpire was having none of it. Welsh wanted to get the game started quickly because they knew the Czechs had taken too long to come out of the changing room and only had about 6 or 7 players on the pitch at that point. Just a strategy of the Welsh. Unfortunately, didn't pay off for them. Umpire was having none of it.
Yeah, a bit of a mess, but a little thrash out there, a chance, half chance for Snooki. But yeah, a bit of a mess. The Czechs were literally running out as the time went, and as I say, there isn't really any hang about there. You don't just wait 5 minutes for everyone to get ready if you're not there in time. Tough luck, and Wales trying to capitalise, but at the moment Wales are down 2 players because Denny is still off from that infringement towards the end of the first period. So at the moment the Czechs have a couple of players extra for the next few seconds anyway. Will they capitalise on that with Przaka now from deep? Power trying to help it in, but it goes down towards the corner and that trickles away. Czechs are going to have to find something here. 2 adrift. Wales, certainly the second quarter, looked very comfortable and got their goals as well to help.
Certainly pressing more, although hardly surprising, 2 goals down.
Quickly taken from Thomas Forsnicki. Didn't last for too long, and away comes Hutchison. Not too making a run forward, but instead back it goes to Prosser. Wall. Space in the channel here. Mugridge, Hawker back on, so back up to 11. Could have been dicey, but Wall, well, he did get it, but put himself under pressure there. The pass, Plotchik. Now. Wales sounded that one out, and Mugridge forward was looking initially for Hutchison. Scrappy first 3 minutes from both sides.
Well, Wales just trying to get through those first 2-3 minutes to get up the team back up to full strength. Czechs really not taking enough advantage of that.
Power to fling in, and it came right across there. Wozniacki was the initial one there trying to help it on his way. Very good ball across.
Really unlucky on the touch. Looking to see if he'd be nudged from behind. Too fast to see on the screen. He certainly felt he had it. Just unlucky. Put it wide.
Twisting and turning and doing really well. Good control. Wall. Once more. Proster trying to get there. Kindle disrupting that. Away from Capuch. Only falls though for Kelly. Clattering with Leovic. Hutchison trying to wheel through the space. Furlong. Cut out. Jakob Kindle. Gets a swarm of Wales bodies there around him.
Czechs are going to a box at the back instead of the triangle, try and use their midfield in the second half.
Furlong who got the opener. There's Francis now to collect. Kelly back to Gareth Furlong. James Kyriakides who got the second of Wales' 2 goals. Gooch down that left channel. Daniel Kyriakides battling. Daniel Kyriakides is one of the many that play for Reading as their club team. Good chunk of them are Reading or Cardiff, mate. Bit of a hit hope, but they do have a chance here. The Czech Republic not really had too much. Wales have been bossing this quarter so far after bossing the second quarter with the goals. Push backwards to Power. Hannes only came into Gucci's path. Now ball to Shipperley. 1 or 2 breaking forward, including Mugridge through the middle. Daniel Athers taking the free hit quickly. Furlong switch sides. Another check infringement.
Clumsy.
Going to go for rugby tackle est, but we'll go for clumsy for now. Might be a different decision for the umpires if that thing continues. Furlong. Mugridge trying to get it through the gap, unsuccessful. Martin Capuch for a bit of help. Hannes just kept in possession by Power. Prajaka hitting Hope. One to tap it in blue and white. It comes back for Prishvat. Needs to leave it and give it to Prajaka. Probably good old committee meeting who's going to take this. In the end, it's Capuch. Power looking to try and maybe deliver it then. Instead, there's some support out there. Tommy's trying to work round. Pajaka had the green card in the first period. Pajaka again direct, looking for something in low right to help out his way to goal.
Looking for bits and pieces as opposed to creating anything around the 25 and the D.
Point goes towards Shipperley. Wonderful control here, support coming in. Daniel Kyriakides goes by the baseline. Pick of the fingers, it was up the other end, and Wales trying to make it 3-0. It went from Kendall. Again, it's all very tight down that side. Mikael Barta struggling to work anything, but try take two. That was a quick one for Capuch, who's into the circle. Didn't come off a foot, looked like it off Daniel Kyriakides. Penalty corner for Czech Republic.
They finally decide to move it from that corner, bring it round off the long corner. Different angle of approach. Wee burst of pace, just enough to get past the first man. Second man comes in, doesn't guard his feet. Corner.
So, plenty of chat going on. The Czechs look to try and pull themselves back into it. Martin Leovic, the injector here. Bushnicki around, as is Prajaka. Prajaka and it comes back to injector Leovic. Smuggled by the keeper. Might fall, and does. Brilliant goal. Mikael Barta, patient work, and they've got the reward.
Well taken in the end. Calm stuff there. Just while you're watching that, there is chat going on. The umpire having a chat here, so see what they say. Have you any idea what they might be talking about? I'm assuming it's first, second shot they're discussing. It's not going to be danger. It's not sure from the replay. Oh, umpire injury.
Well, drama after the goal there. Here is the goal again.
Certainly not second shot issue. That was the first shot. Round it comes, taken. That's all fine.
Looks like we're going to be okay. Both umpires getting back in position, so not a twinge, but see what happens and carries on from here. Well, drama kicking off. So as you were then, 2-1 it is now. It is just over 3 minutes left in this third quarter. It's fun and games.
I think the Welsh were suggesting the shot on goal that ended up going in wasn't at backboard height, but it was the second shot, and therefore they're free to put it in at any height, and I think that's what they were initially challenging.
Maybe something we can look over a little more during the interval. Oh, and it flew all the way across the D again. There was plenty of blue in there. Certainly something we can look over. This was well, again, back to a sort of hit and hope, see if we can find anyone in there.
Welsh score is 22 and Czech goal is 21.
Nice work here, Kendall. It's a little bit of a momentum for Czech Republic towards the end of the quarter. It's been a fairly quiet third quarter. Down the other side, here comes Wall. Into the D goes Hawker, trying to get a stick in, but his arm is out the other way.
Certainly making sure with that tackle.
Another spot of bother for Shaka, but got out of it. Good run with very little space from Pritchva.
Czechs just can't penetrate the Welsh defence during open play just now. Trying everything they can, but really they're not getting through. Hence the direct route looking for bits and pieces.
As it stands though, they are back in it. It's a little bit untidy from Dale Hutchinson. Curry tick. Backwards it goes. Hannes. Final few seconds. And there is the hooter. So at the end of the third quarter. And it is a bit of a high five from the Czech coaching side, because they are a bit more happier with life with the goal back. We can maybe dissect the goals, or certainly that goal, a bit more. But Czech Republic have got themselves a bit of a lifeline.
Here comes the goal, first shot, there it goes, saved. After that can go in any height. Pulls it round, then it goes straight in the top right hand corner. Lineman is choosing to stand there, it's not dangerous for him, he chooses it.
So no problem for you then?
No problem at all.
I mean, the umpires, well, let's hope we can get through the last 15 without them getting worse. But that is the state of affairs so far. Wales with those two goals in the second quarter through Furlong and Kyriakidis. Barta with that one back, which means a bit like the first game, there is a bit of excitement there. That Czech Republic, who have been struggling at times for possession and chances, Wales kind of quiet in that third period, but a bit of lifeline with that goal, and it sets things up for the last quarter.
It does. I'd like to see the Czech just using more of their midfield. I still feel they're relying far too much from passes from sweeper to very, very high midfielders, low strikers as opposed to progressing through the midfield. It's not been working for them. They changed it a little bit in the third quarter. Seemed to me to have a bit more success out of that, yet reverted to type for the latter stage of that quarter. Hopefully they can create something around this very, very tight Welsh defence.
Well, this is a Czech side that have been pretty much a staple in the second tier in the Euro Championships. There's a couple of stints in the last 10-12 years in the top tier as well, quite quickly relegated. But this is a Czech side that, you know, used to this level. This is Wales, who we have talked about such a good 12 months or so. It's a Wales side back in the second tier.
It's one thing getting into that top division, it's another thing altogether staying there when you're playing with the big boys.
Yes, certainly a conversation I'm sure we'll talk about a lot throughout the week. Shipperley and just stretching was Carson. But it's pretty hard to break down the top 5-6 sides in the top tier. Two teams generally go up more often than not, tend to come straight back down. It's a bit of a bridge. That doesn't not say that there's plenty of quality in show with the sides here. Certainly the sides trying to get up.
By the time you get used to that standard in that competition, the game's it's already gone. You're already either in the relegation or about to be relegated.
Call for Dolan Gray. Always under pressure, but could be stolen back here by Kelly. Jacob Kindle and a couple others down there just riding the momentum and eventually getting the decision. Prosa. Plays for Surbiton, his club hockey. The co-captains in this Welsh side. Kelly was looking to try and find Shipperley. It was cut out by Zuna initially. And then with further help it is back with Slovakia and with Kindle. Back it goes to Hannes. Power down that channel. Poche couldn't quite control. Big goal scorer Poche, but not had too much to sniff at. Keeper came out there.
Never moved 5 before it was sent into the circle.
Stolen off furlong here. Good work by Koritic initially, but Bjorn Wall cleaning up. And now could turn something for Wales and could do with a third goal. A bit of a miscommunication between Carson and Dolan Gray. Still, Owen Carson here. Excellent work against Zaleshny. Barta. Koritic was looking for it. Cut out though. Barta, of course, one that scored in the penalty corner. Forward for Leovic. Come off a foot. Oh, and the umpires here. Thought it came off the foot of Leovic. The umpires signalled penalty corner. I think they've reversed that because it certainly looked like it came off a blue foot.
Yeah, it's good cooperation between the two umpires. They're fixing that one. Always know there's something wrong when everybody shouts at you at the same time. Usually it's one or two, but when it's the whole team, something's gone wrong somewhere. Pray for the words in your ear from the other umpire over the radios.
Nice play here for Leovic to get it back. Koretic stretching. Nice to take it over Mugridge. Equally some fantastic control, and this could be a great bit. Gareth Furlong, they've certainly taken it up the park. Sticks coming in. Proser firing it out. Now a chance, can he get the third? Hawker was trying to get there, and a bit of a chance, and penalty corner up the other side, and Wales have a chance to try and get a third.
Yeah, debate about use of hand, use of foot, one or t'other. Wonderful 3D skills. Keep you up all the way, decides no, let's get it down. Head up, sees the space, runs eventually through into the penalty corner, which hopefully we'll see later.
Shipperley heading across to inject here. Will they go the same route, or will they try something else, or will it be tried and tested? Furlong and Gooch around. Mugridge 2. It's Furlong again. This time there is a block, and it is a Czech Republic ball.
High onto the runner. Foul against the striker there.
Nine minutes left, and it's not a done deal yet. Prishva or Prajaka. Prishva forward, but it might still come here for Ploshy. And the hit and hope stuff. Another look at this instant here. Now into the circle it goes once more, and a penalty corner now for the Czech Republic. The signal is it must have came with a foot.
No real challenge this time. Another good sign.
Well, could throw a little spanner into the works. Czechs did score from the previous penalty corner. What a move that Leovic was the injector. There's going to be a different one this time, but it came back to him and then they worked it through the space. It's going to be Martin Capuch now, though. Michael Barter scored, remember, previously. Schnicki there. Also Prajaka. There's Prajaka, it's high and away. That's going to be another penalty corner.
Up off the foot, going wide.
So a different routine this time. The second time around compared to the one where they scored from. Another try here.
No 40 seconds on the re-award.
Capuch then again with it. Prajaka once more. And saved on the line. It might have been keeper, it might have been Daniel Kyriakides, one or the other.
I think that was a line man.
Yeah, it looked like Daniel Kyriakides. And well stopped, because that could have been 2-2. Still could be, because Czechs have it again. Sole throw from them by Francis. Forward for Prosa. Flick back for Hutchinson. James Kyriakidis. Hutchinson weaving away. Kyriakidis gets it back. Jonathan Gooch. Turn for Draper. Cross from Hutchinson. Nice quick ball for Francis. Hutchinson. Still alive here, Proser. And the arm goes out the other way. Too many cooks spoiling the broth there.
Good clearance in the end. Rattles it off the defender's foot. Striker's foot, rather. Wales been given a lot of time on the ball when they're attacking round the edge of the 25. They're picking up the ball ahead of their defenders. At the same time, the other strikers are ahead of their defenders, which means they've got an easy layoff to then go forward in a second phase. Czechs really need to stop that. It's far too much space being given.
Turn from Barta. Called up by on wall. Little slip though, and almost gifting possession back, and does. Quickly from Zuna. Barta once more. Trying to weave in into the final five here. Still very close on the scoreboard. Half time, you didn't really think there was much in the Czechs to come back from, the way Wales certainly played the second quarter.
You wouldn't know it was the same two teams.
Xhaka on it, found its way through. I don't know if it took a touch on the way through. Zuna was trying to claim a touch, but stopped him. He didn't find the back of the goal. One or two tense Wales supporters, especially to the left in the stand. There's a few Czech supporters around as well. That's been lost though. And here comes Hawker. James Kyriakidis to Draper. Space opening up here for Draper. Lots of space. Good pass found through was Francis. Good old scramble. Thomas Przaka. Thomas Power now with time. On the way off Kettle, the keeper. Jakob Korychuk then takes that for Przaka once more. Try a different route. Hannes blocked by James Kyriakidis. Wales just trying to time manage this. A similar story to Russia in the first game.
Czechs really half-hearted full press here.
Daniel Kyriakidis. Kelly. Kelly still going here. Could set up a third. Was there a infringement? No. Wales claim it.
It came up off the wheel. Looks like it hit Welsh guy on the ground.
Kelly it was on the floor. Prajaka to Hannes. Final minute just over left. Jakob Kindle. Hannes with some space. Prajaka. Is it going to fall kindly for the slide in blue? Capuchin. Save made and with hands of the team manager Petr Tronishek down there.
Deep breathing there from the Welsh defence. Fortunate at the end, it managed to hit a striking back stick.
Last hurrah this is. Last chance in the game for Czech Republic in their path. High it goes from Prajaka. Forward from Leovic. Wide it goes. Out it goes. Remember, Czechs on paper the higher ranked of the two sides here, but it is Wales back in the second tier and winning their opening game in Group B, and it turned into a really tasty one. Brilliant second period with Furlong and Kyriakidis scoring goals, which you kind of thought 2-0 fairly comfortable, but it's a danger zone lead when the goal came in there for Mikhail Barta, and final quarter, you see the Czech Republic with them having to try and get the second, probably had the better of it, but in the end, balanced play, Wales edging it, probably just about the right result.
I think so. Well, certainly on balance, they were the strongest attacking side, definitely the stronger defensive side, clinical penalty corner taking. For me, deserved winners in the end.
Well, there was the first, and then there was a cracking second as well on the break. And then this was the chance. This started off from a penalty corner and some patient play for 2-1.
Lovely first time take. Lovely first time take.
So that's the final score from this one. Your thoughts then, Martin, as you're leaving us at this juncture of the day. 2 games down, and obviously plenty of hockey to come today and for the rest of the week, but assessment so far, what we've seen today?
It's going to be close. 2 tight games. Both of them could have drifted out, certainly to draws, perhaps maybe not to wins, but this keeps up for the rest of the week. Be very, very tight in relation to the progression into the semi-final stage. Interestingly will come who ends up in the Pool C relegation pool, and the results between those two teams critically important. But for me, they were close games. I didn't quite expect them to be as close as that, which is certainly entertaining from our perspective.
Absolutely. Well, Martin, great to have you with us for the first couple of games.
Thank you.
Thank you for joining us. And there is confirmation of what's to come. Ukraine against Portugal in under an hour's time at 4:15, and then the big one for the home fans, obviously a home venue for Scotland. They are up against France, the other side, along with Russia that came back into the second tier. So that is still to come. But we'll leave you for the moments as the rain continues to burrow down in Glasgow. Final score in the second game of the day, in the second game in Group B. Czech Republic 1, Wales 2. Welcome back to the National Hockey Centre in Glasgow for the third match of the EuroHockey Championship 2. And we move into Pool A as Ukraine are up against Portugal. There is one more game afterwards, France and Scotland at 6:30, but the two games in Pool B were very close and entertaining. Russia beating Switzerland and Wales edging out the Czech Republic. Before we focus on Pool A, there is just a quick look at Pool B in terms of a table, and 3 points out of 3 for Russia and Wales. Switzerland and Czech Republic yet to get off the board. So then, sides are lining up. They're about to head onto the field. What is now the focus for the next few hours after the Pool B matches? As I mentioned, there were, I'm sure, a big home crowd for the games in France and Scotland. 6:30, but the other two in this pool are Ukraine and Portugal. Portugal were strangers to Glasgow after they were here for the World League One last campaign. Just the one win, but they were great entertainers. That win coming against Slovakia. Ukraine are here after a 6th place finish in the second tier, just narrowly missing out on relegation in 2015, although seeing that Switzerland got a reprieve, so they were very comfortable really in the end, and they've been pretty much a staple in the second tier in the last few years after promotion from the third tier in 2009. So we're on through the team lineups after the anthems, which are just about to take place. It is Ukraine, who are 25th in world rankings, against the Portugal side, who are the lowest ranked side here, 43rd, just ahead of Fiji in the standings. Now it's time for the anthems. Sure, the anthems are on their way. They are about to take place here. A pregnant pause, I think they call it. Anticipation before the first game here from Group A. Here we go. We've all missed that. It's been nearly a year since the Portuguese were here at World League One, singing away with real passion at their anthem. Let's look at the sides. Let's first of all look at Ukraine. As I say, 25th in the world rankings. A couple of notable scorers in the World League, including Vitaly Kalinchuk with 10 goals across the World League. Andriy Kościelenko also very influential with 5. He will, I'm sure, cause problems. Kalinchuk is on the sidelines, but will feature, I'm pretty sure, pretty quickly as the game goes on. For Portugal, well, some real characters, as I mentioned, the likes of David Franco and Miguel Rodriguez, real playmakers, real linchpins on the side. Might find it tough to win too many games, but they will try their best. Luis Tavares was a bit of a villain last year, got himself a red card at the World League One in Glasgow, but then bounced back after suspension to score 2 goals in a win against Slovakia. So almost ready to go to set the scene further. Delighted for the next 2 games from this pool. Alongside myself, Callum Patterson, and commentary is Alan Meikle, a coach player for Hillhead Hockey Club. And Alan, great to have you here, and you're looking forward to hopefully some top class international hockey.
Yes, can't wait. I've watched a couple of games that have preceded this, and the standard has been good. So looking forward to see how Portugal can match up to the might of the Ukrainians.
Confirmation there, Fraser Bell is the umpire alongside Anton Cochin, the Scottish and Russian umpires here. So we're pretty much set to go. And we've maybe seen a little bit of how the world rankings maybe are, you can take them with a pinch of salt. So Portugal are quite away in terms of world rankings. The lowest ranked here, 43rd. Ukraine in the mid-20s, like a whole clutch of the sides are in this World League too. So is that a foregone conclusion here, Alan? Do you think that Ukraine should steamroller Portugal, or do you think we could have something a bit more exciting and close like the first 2 games?
I think the first game of a tournament, there's always a chance for the smaller or the lower ranked nation, so hopefully Portugal can keep it tight. The longer the game goes, with no scoring, Portugal will fancy themselves, but I would if I was a betting man, I'd put my money in Ukraine, probably by a couple of goals.
We shall see what happens, and it is going to be Portugal to get us started from the pushback, and they are in all red. And it is going to go from right to left here. So we're underway for the 3rd game of the day, the first game in Group A. And thanks for joining us on our live coverage, wherever you're watching. And the early possession in the heart of the defence for Portugal. Helder Gonçalves forward. He goes for Jose Santos and Miguel Rodriguez. Here he goes, nice little early ball in here. And an excellent early save from strike from Ventosa. That would have been an interesting little start. David Franco gets on with things quickly here. Very much a bright start from Portugal.
Yeah, an excellent start. As you alluded to in the preview, the couple of real live wires on the Portuguese side, and we've already seen them.
A little replay of that early chance for the Portuguese. They were here last year, very much a very nimble side. It's very difficult that the sides are up against that. With the same in this competition, but although they do concede, they do score. Paziuk now for the Ukrainian side. Slipping a slide and forward. It goes now for Oli Polishuk. Umpire signals their direction, so that comes to a swift end.
Yeah, Ukraine quite cautious as well to begin with, pushing maybe 4 up front, keeping a couple at the back, so obviously quite intent on getting into the final quarter early on.
Good battle there, and away it goes. Ono Farouk now down that side, taking on Koda.
It's a great tackle by the Portuguese number 3 there. Otherwise, that was looking like a good 2v1 for the Ukrainians.
Yeah, Joko, the captain for the Portuguese side.
So I believe Joe is actually half Dutch and half Portuguese. I met him in Lisbon recently. Fascinating guy and really committed to Portuguese hockey.
Thank you for stealing some information. You've saved. I'll not have to say that one again. But a good point, yes, he is Dutch ancestry in there.
And also a very good umpire, as we witnessed when on tour in Lisbon. So hopefully his play matches up to his umpiring skills.
Got a good career then ahead, post-playing, particularly post-playing.
Yeah.
Gonçalves, back it goes to Koda once more. Franco rolling in and out. It's been a good start from Portugal, and Franco still trying to battle his way forward up against Artem Povlichenko. And Ukraine have it once more. Vladislav Paziuk now. Playing it forward, now across to Lori Moros. Dayachenko, it's into the water circle. It might break here for a counter for the Portuguese. They are pretty good at that.
3v2 if you can use it.
Rodriguez through the middle, out wide here is Ivo Moreira. Moreira finds support. Spaces shutting up very quickly. Franco trying to get across. Will remain with Portugal, but they are very good with pace in the break, Portugal.
Yeah, and early in the first 5 minutes, it's Portugal have threatened twice. Ukraine still really finding their feet. I'm probably looking at the long game rather than the first quarter. I think ultimately Ukraine untroubled by those Portuguese attacks, recognising that if they don't dive in, they should be able to contain them quite comfortably.
Good start then for Portugal as they try again to go patiently from deep.
It's a good ball through, lovely run up front.
Nice steady run here for Pedro Pinto. Taking on Dayachenko. Oh, it's in a good area, but no one there in red. It's easily going to be taken care of by Vyacheslav Paziuk. Tavares found that one forward now. Space again here. Across to Miguel Rodriguez. And off a leg of Andrei Koshelenko. Quickly on by Franco. Nice space. Miguel Rodriguez around. Still alive. Penalty corner. Bounced up off the leg, I think, of Nikolaou Jasenski. And penalty corner for Portugal.
I think that's what Portugal are going to have to do. A lot of individual skills in the D, maybe not the passes that they need, so corners may be the way to break through this Ukrainian defence. Wonderful opportunity though. Ukraine look just a bit lethargic at the moment. Portuguese may be enjoying the colder temperatures, having a respite from the Lisbon sun and the Portuguese sun.
Yeah, I think you were saying off air it was 40 plus degrees recently.
So.
But they're used to that though, so you can see. But yeah, it's a bit of a change, a bit of a difference. Luis Tavares across Miguel Rodriguez. Tavares gets it back in, it's just agonisingly close, but another penalty corner is coming their way.
I'm not sure what umpire Bell's given that for. Maybe off a foot.
Didn't look much in that.
No, I'm not. I thought it looked like it may have hit somebody, but as it was going in the goal, but that would have been a penalty if so. So I'm not too sure.
Now it will be Tavares once more. It's Franco. Let's hit the keeper again, and that may well be that chance over as Ukraine look to turn away with Bodin Kovachenko support in front and Artem Povachenko. This would be one break to the other. Now at the other end, penalty corner because it's bounced off the leg of Carlos Almeida.
That's the danger for Portugal. Ukraine just demonstrate how quickly they can counter-attack. So Portugal really need to get the balance between defence and attack early on.
Could be quite an exciting prospect that both sides are kind of quick on the break.
Yeah, I think as the game goes on, as the teams tire, it'll become a very, very open game and skills will be exciting and chances will be plentiful. I was watching the Ukrainians warming up during the warm-up time in their penalty corners, and they've got a very, very fast and direct flicker, so it'll be interesting to see how capable the Portuguese keeper is, and particularly the linemen.
So it is.
Umpire just stopping for a bag going onto the pitch there. That was a good spot.
There's Daychenko then.
Oh, he's broken early, so he's off the halfway line. So if you break the line early there, whether intended or not, you're automatically put back to halfway line. So down to 3 defenders plus the goalkeeper for Portugal.
Yeah, we've seen that in the first game of the Ivo Moreira having a chat on the sidelines with his head coach, so this could be a big chance here for Ukraine. And it's
Good
well away. Paziuk with the attempt at goal.
Wee bit of sympathy with the defender that broke early, because quite often the injector dummies force them into an early movement.
Still alive here though in the day. Oh, and it's bobbling around. It went high in the air. Vitaly Kalinchuk was one of those trying to just get it under control, but away it went.
That could have gone anywhere. You know, it could have landed in a Ukrainian stick there, but Portugal survived that one. Bit scrappy. Keeper could have done better with his clearance.
Tavares looking for Franco.
Yeah, nice use of the aerial ball there.
Jose Santos with the free hit quickly. Miguel Rodriguez trying to claim it in his path. Carlos Almeida around 2. Not for long.
It's a lovely turn there.
Break time once again.
3v1.
Out wide, Kovalenko. 1 or 2 protests. Bodin Kovalenko was the quickest up there and made the protest going to the umpire, and the decision is another penalty corner.
Yeah, it seems to be opening up a bit now. Portugal had their good opening 8 minutes, and now the Ukrainians are really taking a hold of the game.
I think it's the first real chance over the last 2 or 3 minutes where we've seen Ukraine that they can burst 3-4 forward. Maybe the difference between the 2 counter-attacks so far has been Ukraine have had maybe an extra body there, so they've had maybe 4 going forward compared to maybe 3 at the other side.
Absolutely. Maybe looking the fitter side at the moment as well, which will take its toll.
Alexander Daychenko then once again with the injection, and it's in, and there is the goal, and Ukraine are in front.
Yeah, really nice, powerful flick to the keeper's left. Postman maybe could have got a bit of it, but difficult height, and his sight's obstructed slightly by the runner. So yeah, good goal.
So Portugal maybe I'll feel a bit hurt by that, a bit wounded by that, because they had such a good start.
I get the feeling that Portugal will continue playing their style of hockey regardless of the scoreline, which for the neutral and for the spectator will be good to see, but I think they just need to tighten up.
Yeah, well, as mentioned, that is the story with them when we were here at World League One, and Dimitro Lupa was the one that finished off from the penalty corner. taken away now, and forward it goes. Portugal looking for the reply. Vasco Ribeiro with the glasses on.
Already looks like Ukraine have maybe upped the pace a bit, having got that early goal, settled into the game. So real test for the Portuguese organisation and fitness levels now. Don't want to chase the ball too much.
And now up the other side it goes. Back with Ribeiro. And arm out against Portugal.
I think a tough day for Ribeiro. He looks a fairly young player, getting the ball a lot on his own, so he's going to have to be really productive with the time he's on the ball, and hope that some support coming. A big job for a young man.
Nice ball fire across the Boden Kovalenko. It's the closest to it. Still zipping far at 100 miles per hour. From Coden's side, he looked forward but decided to go sidewards. That was a bit more hit and hope, and back very quickly with Ukraine and with Andrei Koshelenko. But now to Alexander Shvetsyn. Good movement, good running this from Boden Kovalenko. Cleaned up but only briefly as Polishuk now tries to fire it into space. And once more, Ukraine looked to get off it quickly. Darchuk went backwards, so again across the D it went.
Yeah, it's been a difficult last couple of minutes for Portugal. Already we're seeing that Ukraine are passing the ball more, so much more energy efficient, and Portugal are beginning to become a wee bit more desperate with their outlets. So if they can get to the first quarter 1-0 down, I think that'll be a result.
Here is Thiago Ventosa now. Made up a bit of ground. And towards Ivo Moreira, good control.
Portugal have committed 8 of their outfield players to this, so need to be very wary of the counter, which is something hopefully Ukraine will have done their homework and will be aware of that. Nice passing opportunity here for Portugal.
And towards the D it comes. Might well just be rescued by Artem Pavlichenko. And that comes to end, didn't quite get as they wanted, so at least Portugal can reset as we head into the final 60 seconds of the quarter. Sergei Darchuk in a bit of a battle with Shamal Pinheiro. Darchuk again for help, trying to get it in. Kovalenko. Nice ball, nice control from Ventosa. No, in the end, it goes against them.
That was an absolutely sublime pick-up by the number 17 there. It was like watching the professional footballers when they take a deft touch to control a high ball. Don't know how much he meant, but
Hockey deft touch.
absolutely. And what a shame that it ended up Phil going the other way, because that was fantastic skill. They seem to be a very skillful side, but it's just lacking that structure and the kind of team ethic.
So that's the end of the first quarter. So a couple of minute pause. And Dimitro Lupa, the scorer from the penalty corner in the 9th minute. And that was the only goal after a period where Portugal had a good start to the game. The first 6 or 7 minutes, and just a couple of counter attacks were really threatening, and they won a penalty corner, and in the end it helped them take the lead. And here is a little look at it. You're still not quite sure about the decision though, which is another talking point. That's a moment from the other end. So here's up to the side for Ukraine. That was one penalty corner. And here's another one that's soon followed into the net. Good finish.
Yeah, just looking at the replay, the first corner that Ukraine had, the Portuguese ran down really successfully, and it looked like the runner just wasn't as quick off the line there, and that may have been crucial because they defended the first one really, really well. So maybe a wee bit disappointed in their short corner defence there, but I think Ukraine just about deserve the lead.
So that's how things stand. And of course later on in this pool, in Pool A, France taking Scotland at 6:30 here. Crowds been building quietly throughout the day. There's confirmation to remind you if you've just joined us for a live coverage of the two Pool B games. Russia 3, Switzerland 2, and Wales edging out Czech Republic by 2-1. So 2 wins for Russia and Wales on the board for them, 1 apiece, and we'll see what happens for Pool A as it stands. Ukraine with the advantage after the first 15. So set for the second quarter, and it is Side Red Portugal trying to find themselves a goal bag, and Pedro Pinto trying to do so very quickly into the quarter. Gonzalez kind of lost out in the slip and slide, and could be another battle forward for Bodin Kovalenko. Just stopped though.
It's a good bit of pace by Pedro Pinto. It's not bit of a shock to see him open up his legs there, but he certainly left the Ukrainian defender for dead there.
Pedro Pinto, very much a veteran, 38.
Oh, young nowadays, Callum Young. That's what surprised me though. I looked at him and thought this guy's certainly had a fair paper round, but then we see the legs opening up and he's obviously still got a bit of life in him. And he'll have all the experience in the world if he's at 38, so that'll hopefully have some impact later on.
I'd like to put it out to the Portuguese viewers if they know what the paper round reference meant.
Well, in Glasgow we say if somebody looks older, it may be they've had a very tough paper round as a youngster.
Very harsh.
Very harsh. But I'm 37, I would say I look a wee bit younger than him.
Good running then from Bodin Kovalenko. I'll stay neutral in that argument. Didn't quite work out in the circle. There is Pinto.
He certainly knows what he's doing there. 3 men round him, comes out with the ball. Good experience. I think he's still recovering from that sprint though. Just look at him, he's gingerly walking over the halfway line there.
Actually not the most experienced in terms of caps for Portugal, but more of a senior pro at club, and quite late in the day getting chances with Portugal. Even Franco trying to keep it in his path. Franco
Wonderful
dancing
skills.
round. Can he set up? Well, they've got a penalty corner. It doesn't come to anything in open play. Got a chance here now from the penalty corner position.
I was watching the Portuguese coach during the quarter break, and he was certainly quite animated in his demonstrations and his instructions to the squad, so it seems to have had quite a good impact. They've certainly not sat back in the opening 2 minutes.
Jose Rodriguez. It must have been the water in Portugal for the hockey, because Mario Almeida last year, the Portuguese head coach last year, was a lively figure, and Jose Rodriguez very much of the same mould. Passionate. Talked about the anthems. They're passionate. It's a group looking to try and get an equaliser. Miguel Rodriguez with the injection then.
Okay, that's
A line break.
Yep, Ukrainian boy away.
Bogdan
Difficult.
Kovalenko is off.
Difficult because it looked like the Portuguese guy again was maybe shifting his weight a bit.
Yeah, it did look like he was shaping up and just getting ready to hit it, but
Definitely a bit of gamesmanship there, but that's the umpire's judgment.
maybe an even score from the one in the first quarter. And Miguel Rodriguez trying to tee it up, and then it comes to nothing, so it wasn't a painful one for Ukraine.
Unlucky there for Pedro Pinto. If he'd just a couple inches either side, it would have been flushing the stick and a really good chance. Keeper looking quite comfortable though with the flicks. Might need to put in a variation, maybe move it to the side. I think actually Portugal probably have it in chances so far, despite that penalty corner goal for Ukraine.
Trying to pinch it back is Santos, not quite from Lori Moroz. Nice control from Tavares.
Oh, a wonderful
what a
ball
pass
to
that
Pedro.
is. Pinto is not going to quite keep it in. He's frustrated with that.
Very flamboyant, the Portuguese. I mean, that's the kind of skill that a lot of international teams will try and hammer out their teams, saying it's too high risk. But I don't think the Portuguese really know what high risk means. They're all about the reward, I think. Good to watch.
Ivan Moreira did well. And dancing past Moroz. Rodriguez out wide. Franco comes back to David Franco. Moreira. In chance. Portugal. Oh! Thiago Ventosa was on the line. I thought he was going to tap in. Oh! They go underneath his legs, I think, there.
I don't know if it's a hard one to see, but he either missed it clean out or there's been a touch by the Ukrainian defender, if so it's an absolutely wonderful save. But chance after chance for Portugal. It's just maintaining it. The 5 minute spell seems to be about the limit, so we'll see if they can do something this next 10 minutes. Ukraine looks shell shocked at the moment.
That's one back by Ukraine and the captain Yachenko. That's going to filter its way to the other side. Yachenko, captain. It's another experienced head on this pitch at 35. Tavares will go long. Doesn't find anyone in red, and now there's a chance here for Ukraine, and Kovalenko on his own. Almost skipped through. Shevchuk around, also on the fluke. And that goes to the baseline and out. So again, a little bit dicey for Portugal.
It was a bit, but compared to the first quarter though, they had much better numbers back and they limited the Ukrainian striker to a shot from quite a wide angle, and the keeper was very comfortable, so if they can keep doing that, I think their coach will be pretty happy. They seem to have got their structure that wee bit better, and the balance between defence and attack seems to be a lot more solid at the moment.
Tavares went long but only found Yachenko.
Ukraine just need to settle. They've not really strung 2 or 3 passes together in this quarter, playing into Portugal's hands at the moment.
8 minutes to half time. Tavares. Pinheiro, that was just a bit of lax play. That's went long and it's kind of went missing for the defenders. Keeper's having to smuggle that. Onofriuk was there, now he's quickly trying to tee it up. Kalinchuk around. Cleared by Ivan Moreira.
Yeah, keeper did well there, just closing down the angle. Tight angle for the Ukrainian. Good tomahawk shot, but well out.
Antonio Camacho, the keeper, has got flair in him as well. It's not just outfield players.
Must be something to do with the Portuguese red wines, just giving that a wee bit of spice.
Mikhailo Jasinski. The roving run here. Shevchuk. Into Alexander Dyachenko. And just poked away. That was a poor move, Vitali. Shevchuk again. Back it goes. Sustained possession from Ukraine.
I think this quarter's following a very similar pattern to the first, albeit Portugal have probably had a longer spell of dominance, but now it's tired out a bit. Ukraine are getting their composure back, so hopefully for Portugal's sake it doesn't go the same way in terms of the scoring pattern.
Santos in a bit of a sandwich. Comes through for Portugal. Caro Cunha. Martin Povichenko's tracking back well for the side that are leading. Kalinchuk trying to continue his run. He was trying to link up with Bodan Kovalenko. Bodan Kovalenko stuck down the corner. Nice one back by Tavares. He ups it towards Miguel Rodriguez. Bit of a slip and a slide. Now in danger. Andrei Kochelenko. Save comes in. Andrei Kochelenko protesting again. And cynical play. It's a stroke.
Yeah, credit to the umpire. He played a really good advantage early in that move. And a wee bit cheeky by the Portuguese players. Goes to strike it, he just obstructs his stick, knocks it out of the way. Keeper will be a wee bit disappointed because he will feel that he had a chance to save it.
Is Andrei Kochelenko. Scored 5 goals at World League 2. Second top goal scorer behind Kalinchuk in all phases of the World League they're in. And he makes it 2-0. And very punishing for Portugal. They feel hard done by, but they haven't taken their chances. Ukraine have been clinical.
It's just the same as the first period, as alluded to earlier. All Portugal for the first half of the quarter, and then Ukraine almost just soaking it all up. Wait for the moment where the pace drops, and then they take advantage. 2 set plays, and you have to wonder if Portugal's heads are now thinking, we've put all this in, we've played well, but we've got nothing for it. I've been there, it's a tough one to swallow. But good umpiring there, allowing that to come to that part of the game by allowing the advantage early on.
So 2-0, just under 5 minutes left of this first half of the second quarter. Koshelenko with that penalty stroke. Santos to Lupa, scored the opener from a penalty corner. Martin Povachenko now, and it goes. Oli Polishuk doesn't quite fall for Vanachenko. It kind of maybe shows, Alan, about how the games went so far, that Portugal had a lot of the chances. Ukraine haven't too many clear-cut chances. There's 2 goals coming from a penalty corner and a penalty stroke.
Yeah, I think Ukraine are confident in their game plan. They know that the Portuguese will play with abandon and will attack without real care for defence. And if they can just absorb that, the chances will come. They're obviously very confident in their set plays. And I think as the game goes on, they'll maybe become a wee bit more expansive and we'll see a different side to Ukraine. But most important thing for them will just be getting the win.
Carlo Cunha stopped in his tracks. Paziuk into Moroz.
Good defending there by the Portuguese captain Tavares.
There he goes to try and get it up the park. Didn't find the intended target of Vasco Ribeiro.
I suppose for any young player watching the coverage, it's interesting to note that Ukrainian players are very capable of doing individual skills, but they tend to opt to do the simple thing, pass and move, whereas the Portuguese are maybe more limited in that. So the message being, you don't have to use skill if you have it. Pass and moving is very effective as well, but they just possibly make better decisions and rely on team play rather than individual play.
It was missed by Franco, but there was support behind and Almeida to clean up. But Franco losing it. And that is going to be a Ukraine ball. It certainly would be very disheartening if Ukraine got a third for the Portuguese side. Could be even from Shevchuk. Tavares. Merson again. Now half a chance here.
Oh, fantastic ball.
Absolutely sensational for Pedro Pinto. That wasn't quite so good a ball, but will still stay with the Portuguese. Then will be back though for Ukraine. Again, a lot committing themselves forward in red. Tavares. Koda spotted some space. Euro gets it back again. Hammered across by Cunha. João Ferreira. They're trying to work a bit of space and then did the hard part, just couldn't quite turn and get the player he wanted in his path.
Better by Portugal, but just a wee bit of the same again, where Ukraine have got loads of numbers back, flat sticks, making Portugal have to do something pretty special individually to win a corner, and Ukrainians are just too streetwise for that to happen. It's also difficult when you don't feel you have a fantastic penalty corner threat. You can't just look to win feet, you have to look to do something magical in there, and that's difficult against a stubborn defence.
Final few seconds then, Ukraine happy just to knock it about to take the lead into the break. And there we are for the first half, the first couple of quarters, and Ukraine really bounced into each half in the latter stage to take control. 2 goals towards the end of each half. Dmitro Lupa with it from a penalty corner, Andrei Koshelenko from a stroke. Means they have the advantage by a couple of goals to nil. Let's have a little look at some of the best of the action from the first couple of quarters, first half. That was an early Portugal penalty corner. And I see a series of these chances. This was one, still can't believe how that's not went in. Ukraine, the story very much that they seemed to just up it as the quarter went on. So obviously this is looking towards the second goal. This was a melee which in the end ended up in the stroke.
Yeah, Ukraine very clinical. 2 chances they've taken with two penalty corners, taken one of them, and now obviously the penalty stroke. Very difficult for goalkeepers now in penalty strokes. Players can move the ball so quickly.
So here is another look at the first goal, which opened things in the first quarter, just to keep you rounded up with everything that's happened. So we've seen the second one there, that was the first, so that's how things are at the moment. We'll take a pause there, but at the half-time period, Ukraine have the advantage by a couple of goals to nil against Portugal. Welcome back then to the National Hockey Centre in Glasgow as we are 30 seconds away from the second half of this pool A game between Ukraine and Portugal. Ukraine with the advantage, 2-0. They lead over Portugal's side, the lowest ranked side here, 43rd. Bit of a gap between them and Ukraine in the rankings, but Portugal have played well, had chances that haven't taken them. Ukraine have been clinical from a penalty corner and a penalty stroke. Alan Meikle, head hockey club player, is alongside myself, Callum Patterson. Alan, with it being a 2-0 lead now to Ukraine as the second half gets underway, does it look like a bit of a foregone conclusion the way the game will go?
It's a tough one. I don't think Portugal have got anything to lose, so there's a chance that they could steal a goal. They've certainly got the skills to do it, so if they could steal a goal early on, 2-1 game, you never know. But I would say Ukraine have just got a wee bit too much for them, but hopefully we get a bit of a game and they make a game of it by getting that early goal.
I think that's probably the key of what we've seen so far. If they're going to get a goal, they have to get it early in the quarter because they're struggling towards the end.
Yeah, they just don't have the endurance for that 15-minute intensity which the kind of top teams do. Just highlights how harsh sport can be. They haven't played badly at all, but yet suddenly they're 2 goals down. But they certainly play with a lot of enthusiasm, passion. And here we go, a good opportunity here.
Pinto is trying to lock it in. It might come back to Pinto, but he's not happy. Came off stick, I think, and might have a timeout here for the keeper.
Always makes me laugh when the most padded man in the pitch is the one that comes off injured, yet the non-padded defender's absolutely fine. A special bunch are our keepers.
Bordy Irzlov is the keeper. I don't know if is that a little bit of dig to maybe one of your teammates that's watching on nearby.
Oh, I couldn't comment.
I think you're now at Jamie Friel headed domestic game. It's going to be part of our coverage throughout the week as well.
Saying that, I mean, you have to be pretty brave and pretty special to go and goal, so fair play to them. Not something I would ever commit to. Not that Jamie's special or brave, but we've not really got much choice at the moment.
I'll give him his right of reply when he joins us for our coverage. With us on Tuesday night, Jamie, part of a great team of co-commentators throughout the week for our EuroHockey Championship coverage. Here is David Franco trying to fire it in towards the D.
Yet again, this quarter's following exactly the same pattern as the previous two. Portugal really positive, big attacking intent, but Ukraine holding firm. A lot of room in the right here if you can see it, just to stretch the Ukrainians out of the middle of the park.
Right backwards with Tavares, Morero to the right if was required, but it's a little bit static. Back with Joe Coda. Franco, that was rather high. I was getting worried for someone's head there.
Yeah, I think he saw Pedro Pinto and thought aerial presence there, but maybe just the wrong sport.
And now up the other end, this could be where they're in trouble because completely exposes the defence. Keeper comes rushing out. Oh, alone was Maxim Onufruk. Turn from Shevchuk, that will go away, but that was completely open there.
Yeah, that was a more a kind of Portuguese style attack with this the kind of lone forward, but yeah, I think he nullified his angle there a bit, so the keeper was also going to come out favourite for that one.
Camacho out there, quick as a flash. Daniel Rodriguez, big tall player. Tavares switches it up towards Pinto. Good argy-bargy with Artem Povlichenko. Got away from him.
Been really impressed by Pinto. He's quite elusive, big languid steps, but he can certainly shift and he's got really good skills. And
Franco, and here is Pinto. Oh, what a strike that is from the big man, the veteran. Wow, 2-1, and we were talking about they needed a goal in the early stages of a quarter. That's when they're fullest energy, and there you are. Wow,
that's an absolute world. I mean, top corner. Absolute, what a strike. I mean, the angle was, you would say, favoured the keeper, but it'd take a keeper to save that. Fantastic by the 38-year-old. A moment to cherish for him and Portuguese hockey. Now let's just see how the Portuguese can respond to this. I would imagine we're going to have a couple of minutes of pressing hockey as they push for that equaliser. I think we'll struggle to see a better goal for the rest of the tournament.
Yeah, well, that's an early marker for the tournament with that statement, because still got a lot of hockey, but it was a fantastic effort.
And that was a move started and finished by the big man, so certainly one for the collector's item.
Captain Zachenko in the 1-2 with Shevchuk, but that didn't last for too long.
We'll always talk about the next 5 minutes after a goal being crucial for both teams, so it'll be important to see how Ukraine can Portugal can consolidate that opener, and if Ukraine can just maybe get themselves back on the ball and steady the ship.
Pajuk in a defensive position. Forward it goes from on the Fruk.
It looks like they're employing on a Fruk a wee bit higher up the park now, Ukraine.
Oh, and
is
it
causing its own threat.
Whistles through. And well, that was danger there for Portugal. Back it comes with Yasin Skate. Shalenko didn't come to anything, and now Portugal go forward. Here is the twist and the turn from Miguel Rodriguez. David Franco making the run. Big tall figure of Pasyuk in front of him, though, and just watches that disappear out. Kovalenko twisting away. Joel Koda not happy with that, but he's disrupting a little too heavy-handedly.
Yeah, it looked like he might have been obstructed there. I think that was maybe about a third man obstruction, but and maybe took a wee knock for his efforts, so maybe a bit disappointing for him there. But umpire Bell normally gets these big decisions right.
Played into Tali Kalinchuk. Weave it, kept on going, but eventually stopped Tavares there. Back it is with Shevchuk. Oh, and it might fall here, space opening up. Oh, that was excellent as well. Bodan Kovalenko, it was Artem Povachenko initially trying to help it, and it was high in the air for Kovalenko, and well, he just talked about goal of the weekend. That one was to rival it.
Yeah, initially I thought it was a good save, but what a reach. I mean, he's at full stretch here. He must have the stick 10 foot in the air, but he's in the right place. Coaches always want their players at the back post, and there he was.
Incredible.
I think that's more shinty style finish there, that we're used to seeing in the fields of Scotland rather than on the hockey pitches. So yeah, two fantastic goals. Wonderful, and it restores the 2-goal cushion. Disappointed in Portugal having got back into the game. They changed the pattern. They seem to sit back a bit, and I just don't think that's a style of hockey that's going to suit them. Ukraine are just that wee bit more organised, so I think they just need to go back on attack and see what comes of it.
We'll see if they can muster the energy for this last phase of this quarter. This is usually the time when they maybe just start to struggle. Ukraine maybe sense a bit of blood now. They've got the 2-goal cushion. Can they maybe finish it? Crossed by Shevchuk, trying to help it further towards the day. That's a bit long and aimless, that one. And Tozer had no chance. By looking for Kalinchuk. Daniel Rodriguez forward, but again just straight into the path of a blue body. This time it was Diachenko, and here comes Kovalenko.
Great 3D skills, but just umpire just missing a wee foot there, I think. Pedro Pinto just pointing that out.
Shevchuk carried on and further support there.
I think I sense a slight change in intensity and pace here from Ukraine, realising that Portugal are a bit vulnerable.
Lupa trying to play into the D, and there is a penalty corner. Conversation going on between Luis Tavares and the umpire.
Maybe Portuguese can feel a wee bit let down there. There was a foot just in the halfway line that ultimately led to that attack, but these things balance themselves out.
So Alexander Diachenko with the injection here for Ukraine. Just under 7 minutes left on the clock. Lupa could be in the pocket again. Instead it's a different option, and drilled in. Vyacheslav Paziuk with it, and that may well be the clincher for number 4.
Yeah, fantastic, powerful. That's what I watched them do in the warm-up. Really, really powerful. Top left corner. Very little the keeper could do about that. Fantastic finish by the big number 3.
Paziuk with it. Scored 4 times at World League 1 last year. Didn't back up any goals in World League 2. But third top goal scorer in all phases of the World League 1 for Ukraine, jointly there with Polishuk. So he gets on the board for this competition, and it's looking more comfortable now, and that may well and truly be the sails taken out of Portugal.
Yeah, there's no way back for Portugal now, barring a miracle. They're tiring, their bench isn't as strong as the Ukrainians, and as we've seen from that pass, they're panicking and just giving the ball away cheaply now.
Kovalenko to that 4 scorer, Paziuk. Run out of road. Still got the big game for home fans, for Scottish supporters, but big game in general of the day in Group A. France, who are behind where we are in the stands, watching a bit of this before they get ready to warm up against Scotland. France look to try and get off to a good start to try and win back their place at the top table in European hockey.
It's a massive game for both teams, because winning the group is of paramount importance. So you get that easier semi-final, and then if you can get through to the final, you're guaranteed the promotion to the next division. So I fancy Scotland tonight. I know France have had the better of them the last couple of outings, but a home crowd, a couple of big players returning from injury, I think Scotland can do it.
Bit of duck, all the French players are behind us.
That's actually why I'm saying it, see if I can get a reaction from them. But nothing so far.
Generally it should be a good game.
Oh,
anyway.
I'll be a cracker.
And a few of the Scotland guys are behind us too. Here is Franco making the roving run here for Portugal. Just slid away.
It's a bit careless corner.
Yeah, it was Dmitro Lupa just sliding in. So chance for Portugal. Still 5 minutes left of this quarter, so they can get a second, sneak a second, then you never know.
Yeah, that was a bit unnecessary from the Ukrainian defender. He had a wee bit more time than he thought, just going to ground and playing it off his own defender's foot. I'm sure his keeper will be less than not too impressed by that. I think Portugal would be well placed to actually work a wee routine here, because the Ukrainians have been fairly in trouble by their corners so far.
Tavares ready to inject here. Will it be Rodriguez? Will it be Franco? We'll see. There's going to be Miguel Rodriguez. Might get a second goal, and skiffs away off the stick of Diachenko. Coda quickly for Miguel Rodriguez, but it was a bit rushed. echoed it. Good turn and good win from Franco.
Yeah, wonderful hands by Portuguese number 5, but ultimately comes to nothing.
Kovalenko got back to defend, and now big amount of space and numbers. Polishuk.
They must use it left again and they're in.
Kovalenko.
3v1.
Diachenko played it across and side netting for Sergei Diachuk.
Yeah, that's a massive opportunity missed there. If a wee bit more composure, could have brought the ball back across the right post, and they would have had 2 players to aim at there. So I think he maybe saw the goal and thought glory rather than team glory there.
Probably one of those, if it was 2-1, you'd be slightly more frustrated about if you were
I think
head coach.
I think we'd hear from the coach. Yeah.
Good run for Santos, had support out wide, and again that was a bit of space that did open up for Miguel Rodriguez in there.
Yeah, end-to-end stuff there, which is hockey at its best, particularly for the spectators and those watching on the live stream.
Tavares trying to wriggle it through. Came off Lupa, who's having to battle hard. Forward it goes from Pasiuk. Underfruk skipping by. Penalty corner. Looked like they're always in trouble when it went round the back.
Yeah, Portugal look a bit beaten, unfortunately. Just beginning to tire a bit. It's amazing what the brain does to your body when you're suddenly chasing a 3-goal deficit. The legs feel that wee bit more heavy, the skills that wee bit more slow. So I think it's just a matter of getting to the full-time whistle without conceding too many more, and going away with their heads held high to some extent. Interesting to see if the big Ukrainian drag flicker goes same again.
Will be Diachenko to take. Oh, and it was a similar route. Pasiuk flying in. That will be another goal.
Yeah, pretty easy save for the keeper. Just didn't quite have the accuracy of his successful goal. Lots of power, but I think that wouldn't have troubled many keepers. Unfortunate the rebound out though for the Portuguese.
Well, we've seen penalty corner goals from Lupa and Pasiuk, so it might be Lupa's turn to have a try.
I fancy him low here.
No, it is going to be Pasiuk. This time thrashes it in, and a couple from the penalty corner position for Pasiuk in the space of the last few minutes, and it is another goal.
Yeah, very, very powerful. Never easy for the postman, although they've got the protective masks. It takes a brave man standing away with that. Very good power by the big number 3. I mean, you need a lot of forearm strength to change direction and go right hand side, so he's obviously practiced that hard and worked hard to produce that kind of power output.
So number 5 then, as we come towards the final couple of minutes of this quarter. Turn for Moreira. That was poor pass. Jasinski back to Ole Polishuk for a long thought. Ball forward here, looking for Ventosa initially. A space out wide, looking for Miguel Rodriguez away. And he will go from danger by Lupa, and Pasiuk back to defensive duties.
It's a couple of times how Ukraine have broken out on the right hand side and there's been lots and lots of room on the left. Just get their heads up.
Portugal have it back here. Miguel Rodriguez. It comes, it's not really cleared. Miguel Rodriguez still roving to try and get a goal. In from Ivan Moreira, but away. It did come off a... We'll play it. Tavares goes for the space and the switch. Pinheiro in. Very astute, solid defence from Ukraine. Tavares might spot a gap. Miguel Rodriguez around. Can they work the space? No, they can't, and that will do for this quarter. And well, we've had a bit of a goal fest this quarter as well. After such a promising start to it for Portugal. Flood of goals through Kovalenko with one and Paziuk with a couple from penalty corners has put things to bed. I'm sure we'll have a little check on the very busy third period. Well, he called it his goal of the tournament already.
Oh yeah, it's an absolute... You can watch that over and over again. It's an absolute beauty. I don't think he'll ever score a better goal than that.
And then we had one obviously a lot closer in, but more for the stretch factor. Not long after.
That's an exceptional skill when the ball's up above your head like that. You know, it's not easy to keep an eye on it. Just great presence of mind, fantastic composure, and good umpiring until out to go.
And then a couple of penalty corners. We've seen Vyacheslav Paziuk with a couple of goals.
I'm not really sure what the Portuguese postman was doing there. Yeah, as he runs out, he just ducks out of the way, so maybe saving his good looks. Similarly with the postman again, although it was powerful, it probably could have been a wee bit more inside the post and at least get his body in the way of the flick.
So that's the story of the third quarter. A busy one. 4 goals, not too bad.
I'd love to see Portugal just come out and just go all guns blazing here. Do what they do best, as you say, they're a side that like to score goals. It'd be wonderful to see them grab even a consolation goal because they deserve something just to add to their solitary goal so far.
Yeah, definitely no doubt that the scoreboard looks a bit flattering, but it's just the nature of the game.
I think Ukraine will be pretty happy with no injuries so far, and first game of any group stages, it's just all about getting a win or not losing. So they'll be pretty happy with their return so far after a tricky start.
Gorey trying to wriggle through for Ukraine as Sergei Chuk in the again. Bigoni back it goes.
It'll be interesting to see how the Portuguese cope in the rain. I mean, I see this in all seriousness. They get maybe 21 days of rain a year, and certainly in the Lisbon area, so that they won't be accustomed to it. And I see number 15s wearing glasses, so maybe an issue they certainly won't be used to dealing with. Whereas the Ukrainians will maybe a wee bit more adept to it.
Yeah, Vasco Ribeiro with the glasses. Well, they did play in a bit of rain last year here, but that was nearly a year ago. Ball flying across, is going to skip to the other side for Lupa. Lupa's fire.
Important pick up there by the Portuguese defender. Ukraine waiting to pull the trigger.
Paziuk, the double scorer in the third quarter. Nice play to Find Kovalenko. It's high and that'll end that.
It's been a game played in actually very good spirits. Czech Republic Wales game was quite a physical one. It's a wee bit less so, but certainly well controlled by the umpires, which always helps. That's always a kind of key to keeping the players under control. So allowing the fans to just enjoy some good hockey.
Tavares for Ventosa. Coda. Ribeiro trying to keep it in the side's possession. Hold forward it goes. Ventosa. All a bit tight. João Ferreira trying to keep a little bit. Will stay with Portugal. Rain lashing down again. Ventosa. Ferreira. Cut out. Good pass it was to Farouk. Kovalenko. Farouk now continuing his run. Wonderful. Kovalenko. Good save.
Yeah, I've been really impressed by the Ukrainian number 13 Farouk. He finds a lot of really good space and uses the ball really well in the day, so a good threat and looks like quite a young player, so maybe one for the future.
Yeah, he is a young player, 17th cap today, 21 years of age.
Yeah, showing a lot of real maturity there, not panicking, unlucky not to get an outcome.
And there might be a state of minor panic in Ukraine because the under-18 side were here in Glasgow last year, lost their second tier status in the under-18 Euros. So maybe a bit of work still to do at that level. But there's a great goal, fantastic goal. Vasco Ribeiro, and you were talking about the glasses there in the rain. Didn't affect him too much, a nice little finish, and there is a consolation I think many were looking for, the neutrals in the stand.
Absolutely, he's obviously been doing his wet weather training in preparation for coming to Glasgow, and a lovely finish from a very, very tight angle. Maybe a wee bit of sloppiness for Ukraine, just thinking the game was over, switching off. The keeper will be very disappointed to concede from there. Now, given the pace of hockey, you just never know. You know, another goal for Ukraine here, for Portugal here, and we come in for a thrilling finish. Certainly no point defending, that's for sure.
Ribeiro scored one goal here last year in World League One in that 5-3 win against Slovakia. So he scored here in the EuroHockey Championship. And Portugal's a great story. They were in the fourth tier in 2013. They had two successive promotions into the second tier. So very much looking to stay in this, which will be very difficult. But we have talked about the world ranking, how positioned they are. Obviously, you can tell they're maybe behind your sides like France and Scotland here, but certainly look better than what their ranking is. They've had some good success of late. And there's a penalty corner, which won't help their cause if they've got any hope of getting back into this.
Yeah, it was a really, really nice flowing move by Ukraine. Wonderful give and go off the ball. Beginning to find their stride, but yeah, don't fancy their chances here.
Paziuk surely will be trying to claim honours of trying to get a shot in for a hat-trick.
Yeah, the match balls in hockey are very sought after. I mean, a good Kookaburra is going to be at least £10 worth, so he'll be keen to take that home with him.
Other kinds of hockey balls are available. We shall see what they go. There's going to be Paziuk, and off keeper, I think off post as well.
Yeah, good touch for the keeper there, just putting it into the frame of the goal. And a penalty.
Stroke this time. Oh, a mess, wasn't cleared. Under 10 minutes left, a chance for another here for Ukraine. So it's the second stroke here for Ukraine for the day. Andrei Koshelenko
Yeah,
got one there.
the umpire bell just adjudging that the Portuguese were a bit heavy-handed there in dealing with the player on the ball as he was about to pull the trigger. Consistent though, very similar award early in the half for Ukraine.
That is Andrei Kostelenko for his second penalty stroke goal of the match. And there you are, and a player who is really tipped to be a star in Ukrainian hockey. He scores another from the stroke, the 22-year-old, and that puts another one on the board for number 6.
Without trying to be overly controversial, wonderful flick, but he seemed to move the ball quite a bit before he released it, but I think you just let that one go. Certainly gave the keeper no chance. The rain really teeming down now, so difficult conditions for both teams. Good skills there by the Portuguese captain, just bringing the ball up in there and causing the Ukrainian defender some headaches. But a slip there, that's the weather coming into play. And now
forward for Kovalenko.
A nice 2v1 here.
Odin Kovalenko, that is.
If they can move it right, they're in for a shot.
Moroz, not quite the pass behind Povachenko.
That's just a bit of rain, bit of water in the hands, just not a sure grip on it there, otherwise he would have made that pass 9 times out of 10. People slipping all over the place here. This is where the Scottish boys will hopefully have a big advantage in the next game, used to the conditions.
Luis Tavares is trying to escape from that danger.
Credit to Portugal, they've not given up. With 9 minutes to go, they're still pushing for another goal.
Inuit.
Oh, that's quite a harsh yellow. It's just an arm in the back.
I think I actually thought he was going to get a green card there, but
yeah, I thought green would have been harsh as well. It was a nothing foul, middle of the pitch. Looking at the balance of the game, but I think yellow's really quite a tough one, unless it's been previous.
Odin Kovalenko trying to slide it through, but David Franco off then for 5. I think he was away off thinking, alright, well it's going to be a green, but then the yellow card flashed. I think surprised a few of us.
Yeah, there was no real intent. He knew he was breaking up play. It wasn't malicious as such. Yes, he knew what he was doing, but it was a very, very, very tough when you're 4 goals down, you get a yellow for something so tame.
It's not really been a really dirty game or any real strong challenges.
No, not at all.
Challenges. Been a pretty open, decent game despite the scoreline now 6-2. Yeah, another good game today here.
Yeah, it's been excellent. As we've said a number of times, the scoreline hasn't really reflected Portugal's attacking intent, and they've certainly been in the game for large spells of it. Lovely ball in there. I think he was trying to compete with Pedro Pinto for goal of the tournament there with a first time shot. Would have been better to just control it, but when you're 6-2 up, I think you can afford those luxuries.
Andrei Kostelenko with it back, good strength. Now flung out again. That right channel's a lot of good usage.
It's a lovely
That's
goal.
A brilliant goal. Ollie Polishuk for number 7, and they are racking up the goals now.
Yeah, that's a great example of how to use the ball and run off the ball. Ukraine just recycling it and ultimately just causing overloads all over the pitch.
Nice celebration. Happy with that. Singing in the rain. Number 7.
I think a lot of the Portuguese players will be thinking to the Lisbon, the Algarve and sunnier climates as they chase down this 5-goal deficit.
Nice to see a bit of a moment there. Sometimes some teams do it, but the keeper's getting a little bit of a swap over. Jaroslav Horny's got an awful lot to do. A couple of times they conceded. Portugal had chances, but not really enough as the games went on. And Yuri Perevislata is on for a little appearance. It's nice when teams sometimes do that if they've got a bit of a cushion.
Yeah, it's really important as well, because you never know when your number one is going to be injured, so you need to give them the confidence and the sharpness. Very difficult being a number 2 goalkeeper in a national squad or a club team, because quite often you just watch the match from the side, unlike outfield players who are rotated frequently. But again,
Portugal still battling.
Portugal just never stop.
Daniel Rodriguez, in it goes. Stopped initially by Jasinski. Lupa there trying to help it out of danger. Daniel Rodriguez trying to keep it down in that corner. Pinto and Ventosa still down in that tight spot. Pinto for Tavares. Miguel Rodriguez. Schwetz just argy-bargied that away. Moro is breaking for Ukraine into the final 5 minutes of this quarter. Portugal still with a man light. Even Franco with the yellow card.
Yeah, if you look at the way Ukraine are set up now that the game's gone, they've stretched the pitch, lots of width and lots of height, making it really hard for Portugal to contain them. Lots of space to attack here through the middle now, having switched it a couple of times.
Andrei Koshelenko high in the air, not to anyone in particular, but stick around here. Ollie Polishuk again. Tavares, brilliant player. And away for Pinto, still running hard. Has his souvenir from this game. Miguel Rodriguez was nearby, but Pinto will take it back. A bit dicey control from Paziuk. Hammering towards the circle. Kozuki's time to try and tee it up. Moro's there down in that corner too. For the sides in this pool, have got a bit of a breather tomorrow. Portugal will be playing Scotland on Tuesday, the 6:30 game. Scotland beat them 9-0 11 months or so ago. And Ukraine then obviously up against France. Should be a real test for the Ukrainian side, the real test of their muscle. Got a chance of maybe squeaking a promotion place.
I suppose the danger for Portugal will be if Scotland were to draw with France this evening, it would then become a goal difference shootout. Therefore, both teams would be out gunning to hammer the Portuguese, which is never nice for the lower ranked team. But I could see their tournament being difficult as it goes on against the bigger sides. We've just got that wee bit more tactical savvy about them.
Nice ball in. Cunha was trying to help his way. You're shaking your head a little bit there.
I just thought it was really good control by the Portuguese forward umpire, just a bit quick in the whistle. No real danger, but Portugal still coming forward, just not really getting the impact or the penetration required to threaten the Ukrainian number 2 goalkeeper.
Forward from Moreira. Can it be kept in? Not quite up full stretch. Ricardo Cunha. Cunha, another experienced head, 34, wasn't involved. He's been a recent addition into the setup, 34. Wasn't here last year at World League.
I think Ukraine quite content here just to keep the ball moving. Bit of a training exercise now. And if they get a goal from it, there's just a bonus. Very professional performance by them.
We've seen the likes of Russia, Wales train here. They've got the job done. Been the favourites tagged, possibly. Maybe not Wales as such, going by rankings if you believe them, but they've not played A star. Maybe a B plus, could say. Miguel Rodriguez will fling it out wide. Penalty corner.
It's an interesting point you make about the rankings, you know, whether Wales' ranking is the right ranking for them as we see them play today, and maybe that ranking has suited them in that they may have an easier passage to the top of their group, so it'll be interesting to see how that works.
Yeah, we're kind of talking about certain opposition and stuff, you know, it can affect things. I think it's always a bit more difficult with the home nations, the UK home nations, with the GB scenario and all that. It's a complex formula.
Yeah, I think if I'm right, if you've got Welsh players in the GB setup, you get a certain percentage of points, and I don't think they've had many in the past, so that may well have been the deciding
less
factor.
Games, possibly things like that.
Yes.
It's a topic for another day. Penalty corner. Franco with the strike back on the field after his yellow card. Luis Tavares is in the fall. Oh, I think a few of the neutrals here, I think including yourself, was hoping that would fall for a Portugal player.
Yeah, I think they deserve another goal, but just not their day.
And up the other end, Onu Farouk could tee up another. Oh, and it's going to scramble in. Well, I think they
take it off the line there.
Hooker by crook, they've got away with it.
And here's the man of the moment, I think my player of the tournament, I love him, Pedro Pinto.
Well, played his part there. Tavares.
Here he is. I wanted to see if that strike was a lucky strike or he could replicate it again. He's been quite impressive for an older man.
Well, it's been fun. It's been another great game. Bigger scoreline this time, but it's been brilliant to watch. Portugal with a just have a go attitude has been really refreshing to see. Great hearts on them. Ukraine were the favourites heading into this game, and eventually the third quarter was the decisive one in this victory.
It was really, really good from a neutral's point of view, or even for viewers that don't know hockey, because neither team really sat out to nullify each other. They both tried to play hockey, particularly the Portuguese, so really good to see the skills on show. Played in a really nice spirit, umpires performed well, so all in all, 9 goals, both teams on the score sheet, can't ask for much more, in tricky conditions. But Ukraine just far too clinical, well organised, and just that wee bit fitter.
So then, hopefully you can keep up with all the action. We've had all the goals, had 9 in total, and Ukraine, again, the 2 goals they got in each quarter were as they were just developing into the game. Each quarter, if you get my drift there, you know that Portugal had the better start in each quarter, and 2 punishing goals. Then there was this moment which you're going to rave about, I think, talk about for the rest of the week.
Yeah, I think we'll see that. Social media will take hold of that, and Portuguese hockey will certainly be quick to put that on their Twitter page. Certainly a moment to cherish.
Yeah, it was worth getting excited about because it was brilliant. And then for Ukraine, this was a different skill, but up in the air, that is just Salmon Leap-esque.
Yeah, wonderful skill. I think Ronald Ross of the Shinty World would have been proud of that one.
I think that might go by the Portugal faithful supporters that are watching our coverage. And then the goals just came flooding through penalty corners. Maybe that was the downfall in the actual fact that in open play Portugal cost themselves a lot of goals from penalty corners and penalty strokes. So a bit of ill discipline, sometimes a bit unfortunate for a leg or whatever, but that seems to be the real punishing moment for the Portuguese.
Yeah, it's quite a severe punishment. Could just be for something so innocuous as a foot. And there's that lovely reply by the young Portuguese striker.
Yeah, Ribeiro.
Consolation, unfortunately, at that stage. But
this was the other stroke in the game. 2 strokes for Ukraine, and Portugal getting tired at this stage.
This is a wonderful team goal. Maybe 5 or 6 passes in the build-up, and nice striker's instinct there.
So that is how it finished. Hope you kept up with that. 7 goals to 2 for Ukraine. Very much a job done in this pool. Do join us just before 6:30 for the final game of the day. Hope if you've been watching us from 11:45 you're enjoying the marathon of hockey. For the wins for Russia, Wales and now Ukraine. The big one for maybe Scotland supporters, home supporters, and their home crowd will be funneling in into the stand. France have brought a few as well. It's going to be a great one. France against Scotland. Do join us just before 6:30 for that. But the final score from this one: Ukraine 7, Portugal 2. Welcome back to the National Hockey Centre here in Glasgow as we're getting ready for the final game of the day in Group A, and a big one for good travelling French support as well as the home fans. There's a home crowd for Scotland as they are up against France here. France, who came down from the first tier of the top table in the EuroHockey Championship, relegated in 2015, and we're trying to do that again. Let's get straight to the sides, and for France, well, it's a side filled with quality. Victor Charlie, the captain, top scorer at the World League in all rounds with 6. Real sense of the next phase coming through. 3 under-18 players in the squad, including Etienne Tynevez. He was here last year at the under-18 EuroHockey, starred in that, and has already been starring for the senior side. For the Scottish side, in front of the home crowd, well, of course, a couple of players in there, also part of the GB training squad, and Alan Forsyth and Chris Krasick, captain. Plenty of goals in there. Forsyth 15 in the World League, which was a great run to the semi-finals. Kenny Bain also with a good haul of goals in his career, including 8 in the World League. 156 caps now as well for Kenny Bain. Just a couple ahead of William Marshall, part of a real blend of experience and youth for Derek Forsyth, the head coach. So sides getting ready to sing their anthems. There's our little reminder of the scores for today. Wins so far for Russia, Wales and Ukraine. And this is the final game. Ukraine and Portugal are in this group with France and Scotland. Before all the action, it's time for a pause, and the anthem starting with the French. Well, sung both anthems talked a fair bit just before the anthems there about both sides, the French and the Scottish. Just another look at anyone late joining in just before we get underway. There's another look at the Scotland lineup. Talked about some of the big players, but we'll bring in a co-commentator for this one, Alan Meikle, who plays for Hillhead. Some great experience there, some great times for Scotland looking at that lineup. I was talking about Kenny Bain, the likes of him, Alan Forsyth and Willie Marshall. Some of the cards, Bain and Marsh particularly. Bain's only 27, 156 caps about 10. You know, it's pretty incredible.
Yeah, there's 3 or 4 players in the squad with over 100 caps. Quite a few of them with Great Britain experience as well. So it's a really exciting Scotland squad and a fairly young one. So all to play for here.
And the umpires for this one is Eduardo Lizana from Spain, Nick Bennett from England. Those are the two making the big decisions. What do you expect from this? Because France, Scotland, should be a good game. 2 good teams. France are the top ranked side here. We've had 3 decent games so far. Hopefully don't jinx it with this last one.
As alluded to in the Ukraine-Portugal game, I think the key in the opening game of a group format is not to lose. I think we're probably going to face a more cagey affair where both teams will try and be fairly tactical and will play various systems against each other. I don't think it'll be as open-ended as the previous game until the latter stages of the game. Scotland definitely have an opportunity here to possibly create an upset, but looking at the French in the warm-up, they're not going to be a pushover by any means, but hopefully home advantage will be enough to see the Scottish boys through.
Yeah, you were saying that interestingly before we came on the air, right? You're really impressed by the French warm-up. What was so impressive about that?
Just the ball pace. It's easy enough to do that in the warm-up. If they can translate that ball pace into the game, it'll just give them that extra split second to make good decisions and to put their opponents under pressure.
It's going to be Scotland. You guys going there in white tops, and from right to left, France in the blue tops. And it is Scotland and Alan Forsyth to get this anyway. A few nerves in the crowd, some excitement as well. In a little while since the end of the World League, both these sides have been in the semi-final. Scotland was a bit of a surprise but played really well in the London stage. France were in Johannesburg. Both World Leagues ended for them both at the semi-final stage. And now it's this EuroHockey Championship 2 to relish for both these sides.
Yeah, I think the experience of the World League playing against some of the top nations will really, really benefit Scotland now. Come to play slightly weaker nations. I think the intensity will live up. They'll have seen the level they can go to.
Marshall very early on trying to sneak a little on for Kenny Bain.
Yeah, it's a very exciting forward line that Scotland have got there with Chris Grassick just holding up the middle. We know they've got goals in them, so if they can get them in the ball, they've got every chance. Wonderful pick up by Anderson there, under a lot of pressure.
You talk about the lineup, it's good to see Grassick back because he had his injury issues last year.
Yeah,
involved.
Out for a long time and a key player.
Alan Forsyth have talked up already the goals. I'm saying very much why him and Grassick are part of the GB setup in the training squad.
Yeah, he'll be disappointed in that one, although it's early on. He's such a talented player that he'll be disappointed he didn't make that pick up.
Thoughts of Alan Meikle alongside myself, Callum Patterson, for this big game, the last game of the day. France looking to just tide things down and get some possession. Nice bit of play through. It was Gene set on the far side.
A fairly comfortable save for the Scotland keeper there, tight angle, but some good play through the midfield area. Here's Forsyth in the ball, breaking over the halfway line. Needs a bit of support though.
Just Charlie was just keeping him at bay, so we'll go backwards to try and go forwards. Good twist and turn. Tim Atkins, a good duel with Nicolas Dumont. Grassick, nice move, nice play. McIntyre was along there. Is Alan Forsyth managed to get it straight at the keeper again, but saved and it's cleared.
Yeah, good first shot for Scotland. That's good to always get the first one away, but fairly comfortable save for the French keeper.
Arthur Tiffrey is the French keeper.
I think it certainly signals to the French defenders that you cannot give Aaron Forsyth any time in the D, because he will get a shot away given any opportunity.
So one's been given away here for Tynevez. Slipping in Bressac, and away it went.
I think Willie Marsh will be taking a big sigh of relief there, because that was a pretty elementary error there, giving French a very good scoring opportunity.
At 5.
Scotland sitting quite deep here, just allowing French to come through.
Here is Charlie once more. Peter Dutz. Nice play, Bressic. No, it's slipped its way through, just going to squirm itself away, and one or two shakes of the head in the crowd, certainly from the Scottish supporter side.
That was a very good opportunity for the French. I mean, getting the ball baseline, a couple of players to draw back to, but well done for the keeper and defenders clearing it up.
Marshall having to try and get that away. Anderson helped it further, but not too far, so still not out of the defensive danger. France, good couple of minutes from Scotland from the start. France have edged their way into it now and keeping the ball.
Yeah, very good start by France. Very methodical, very composed. Look like a game plan, and they're going to stick to it. Wee bit concerned that the French strikers are getting to the ball before the Scottish defenders. Need to maybe front mark, otherwise it could be a bit of bother. Great pick up by Atkins. He looks like a powerful runner.
Yes, he's certainly been lively of late in the Scotland jersey. Did score in the playoff game against South Korea at the World League semi-finals. It was a 6-3 defeat in the end, but a little moment in London for him.
Yeah, quite a new addition to the squad, I believe, but it seems to be fitting in fairly well.
Yeah, plays for Redden, 27. It's only his 12th cap this evening.
Scotland made almost like an ice hockey substitution here. All 5 players coming on, 5 players replacing them, so see how they settle into the opening moments.
Big space here for Charlie, who collects. Straight into Fraser. Certainly has probably been the quickest start of all the 4 games here today so far.
So when I'm on, he's just going to follow me. So ideally, I'll just take the right one. Obviously, I'm not going to do that. Yeah, which means we don't really like to settle with that.
Baumgarten goes wide. Back it comes for Belanger, one of the young under-18 players who played so well for the France under-18s. Got promotion from the second tier of the under-18s EuroHockey in Glasgow in 2016 in the summer of last year. It's exceptional feat, and it's going to wriggle through. And it was Nicolas Dumont that was in space but smothered.
Yeah, it all looked a wee bit too easy there for the French, just opening up the Scottish defence, but a good reaction save from the keeper. Good off the ball movement to create the chance in the first place, so Scotland really need to be on guard here.
Dumont, one of the few in the French squad that play in Belgium with the Waterloo Ducks, has played for Belgium as well, but switched allegiances.
Lovely tuck in behind the back there. That's a good bit of French flamboyance.
Elliot Courty to Belanger. Nice for Kiefer. Again wriggling into a good spot. And another save. Rogier this time with the attempt at goal, and a very busy start for Alexander in goal.
Yeah, I think it's quite ominous when the keepers had more touches than any of your defenders, so hopefully he has a man of the match performance at this rate.
Here it is there. Save.
Maybe a wee bit unsettled, Scotland, with the 5 changes at a time. I know that's a modern way, but you know, a big tournament, maybe some nerves for some of the less experienced players showing here. Good hands by Michael Bremner there under a lot of pressure.
Tristan a turn, and Liam Morton was trying to find it. Interesting hairstyle.
Always a trendsetter is Lee. still young enough to get away with it, I think. I think he'll look back though and maybe regret it, but we'll see. Yeah, the French really no hurry, just picking their passes, hoping to pull some of the Scottish players out of position and comfortably moving the ball into attacking final quarter.
Good support back, just patient stuff. Charlie again in space, recipient of that. Tidy from Belanger. Peter Dukes to the well, and now the run from Goye. Roger, this time getting another shot. Player's whistle goes, but again, just a settled few passes, then boom, a couple of big long passes and half a chance.
Scotland are just going to have to match the French patience in terms of the defence. Don't dive in, don't take any risks, because they don't want to get caught with any major overloads. But the French look very comfortable. Good from Scotland though, coming through Riddle.
It's a French side that the core value of this French side has been together for the last 4 years. Gail Foulard, the head coach now, was the under-18 head coach, was part of the Junior World Cup in 2013. A lot of these guys came through then, so it's a group that has been predominantly together.
Yeah, I think that's really important. Establishing a team and sticking with it and getting the kind of team ethic going and all the moves known by everyone. Scotland team's fairly settled as well though, not many new additions to it. Another raft of changes for Scotland there.
Jamie Wong, Krasik, McIntyre. Krasik swapped it in space down the channel. For Scythe just running out of space, but continues and quickly on with McIntyre.
Good use of the ball by Scotland.
Switch around of the channels. Krasik and further on Morton around. Oh, great wriggle room, great play, and excellent save.
Yeah, again, Alan for
Scythe, doesn't he?
Yeah, it gets in the D, gets a shot on target. What more can you ask for other than a goal? French keeper lively though, cutting down the angle quite quickly.
Closest probably Scotland have come so far. After T48 busy there. Hasn't been too busy so far in this first quarter.
Coach for Scythe team's quite settled at the side, barking out a couple of instructions, but quite calm as we speak.
Charlie in the change from Francois Goye. Doing really well to skip it by. And just took a little extra touch too many.
12 minutes gone, still no penalty corners for either side, so that'll be possibly a source of frustration for either coach. Be interesting to see if that might be what's needed to break the deadlock.
To watch time of eyes there. On for Krasik once more. Bain. Krasik by hook or by crook will get it back.
Yeah, very good.
There it is this time. We've talked about a penalty corner, and within 30 seconds you're answers have came by, and there is going to be the first one in the game for Scotland.
It's a really nice interplay. I think Gavin Byers there drawing it off the baseline, off the defender's foot. Great indoor player, Gavin, based in Dundee at Grove Mings Hill. So using a nice wee wall pass here to create the set play opportunity. Watching the Scottish corner routine, Kenny Bain was flicking very well down to the keeper's left hand side, so it'll be interesting to see if they employ that now.
Gavin Byers heading across.
Yeah, I would say it looks like Kenny Bain here, number 13.
Bit of a switch
Oh, it's not.
He's left it. Atkins saved parried away.
Bit disappointing actually. Not a lot of power, straight down the middle, easy save for the keeper.
Bain's trying to help it its way a second time. Parks is around. Here's Grasic. Back with Jamie Wong.
Scotland settle quite nicely.
Grasic switching a change.
Great hands.
Dummy by Townaves.
Good recovery though by the French defender, just Grasic pondering on the ball a bit too long. Just showing a return to the form that he had before his knee injury.
French look to try and twist it around, and now the space for Durant.
Great pressure by Ben Cosgrove there, just forcing that very threatening French attack backwards. Job done.
It's the hammer routine, which Atkins takes a sore one for. Set quickly. Auger cross and away into the last minute, just under that now, of this first quarter.
Yeah, fairly cagey affair as we thought it would be. I would say Scotland have probably finished the quarter the stronger team, but not a lot to choose. I think it might just take a moment of magic from one of the teams to open that deadlock, and that'll be a huge confidence boost for whoever that comes to.
Just missed by Morton, but might still work out in the final few seconds. Elite dash towards the goal. There is the hooter. So 0-0 after the first quarter. Not too many chances, as just mentioned there. Prediction before the game was could be a cagey start. In summary, it's been a cagey start.
Yeah, I think France started possibly the better team, showing a wee bit more composure possibly, but Scotland have come into the game really, really well. I think getting rid of the early nerves, some of the subbing, just to find your feet. I'd like to see Kenny Bain, Lee Morton running with the ball from a wee bit deeper, and certainly getting Alan Forsyth in the ball more in the day, because he's already shown himself to be quite the threat.
Well, let's see what we can find from that first period. There were certainly some early chances for the French. Dumont with one. It's another one. It's coming from Blaise Roger. Up the other end for Forsyth. And then there was this Perth's corner. But you said it was a bit tame in the end, this one.
Yeah, he lost balance there, just a slip. I think looking at the chances, they were actually better chances than the final result showed. Most of the shots were actually directly at the keeper, so whilst the keepers may claim a good save, I think the strikers could have done a lot more. There was certainly more of the goal available to them, but that's the fine margins, I suppose, between scoring and not.
So 0-0 as it stands. An absolutely superb crowd in here in the stand at the National Hockey Centre. Touched on it earlier, I'm sure we'll touch on it more throughout the week, but it's this Commonwealth Games legacy, and just past the 3-year anniversary since the Glasgow Commonwealth Games. Scotland, Wales also part of the Commonwealth Games as well, but for Scotland hosting this and for the home support here, plus that Commonwealth and still in the recent memory. Bit of a special moment for a lot of these players. Alan Forsyth talked about it this week, how it's great to play in front of friends and family.
Oh, it's brilliant. It's brilliant for the players. It's also brilliant for the youngsters coming through in Glasgow and beyond, to see this level of hockey being played in Scotland. So fantastic to have a facility in the West, and it's been well maintained and certainly well used.
Underway for the second period. Here's Will Marshall. Talked about his experience with all the caps. McIntyre to Wong. Thrashed that a little bit there, looking for Cosgrove.
Yeah, Willie Marshall's a great player to have, because whilst he has the odd pass that goes a wee bit astray, he's got that. He goes more for reward than the kind of risk side of it, so he will take that big pass now and then, and so it can be a real good attacking threat coming out of defence. It's just finding that balance, I suppose, in terms of finding your own stick rather than the opposition's, but someone to watch.
Laurie Belanger going across. Charlie, that wasn't the best, and McIntyre with the break support out wide coming.
That's lovely interplay.
Pass. Was there a block or a shove? No, says the umpires.
Yeah, again, Gavin Byers involved in a nice wee 1-2 exchange, and I think just his momentum, a wee clip there, and that was enough to take him over, using his pace. But again, positive signs for Scotland, although they seem to be doing a wee bit more running than the French, so that may take its toll as the half goes on. Bit of a waste there by Riddle. Good idea, but just didn't quite execute.
Charlie across. He'll get this one back. Before it goes to Jinsect. Burrowed back for Belanger. Peters Utes.
Yeah, it's quite a contrast. France really patient in the build-up. Scotland tend to be a wee bit more quick to attack, so quite interesting to see if the Scottish defence can remain patient.
Belanger trying to wriggle through.
Yeah, the French player are judged to have just used the stick there to illegally block the Scottish defender, so good umpire and good spot. It'll be good to see the Scottish just play the ball around the back here, get their shape, and make the French do some running.
Now switch for Fraser to rattle forward. Forsyth in there in the D, Bain too. Forsyth trying to keep it alive. And in the end it doesn't really come to anything. Still another cage of this. In the second quarter, played 4 minutes. Nothing really coming there.
I think we really need a goal to get the crowd behind Scotland and liven this affair up, although a good game nonetheless, good standards, good intensity.
Yeah, it's certainly at a very high pace, quick pace.
That's certainly an easy decision for the umpire there. Kenny Bain struck in the arm by the pass.
That's not dangerous, I don't know what is.
But it's nice to see him not rolling about the ground as if he'd been hit in the face like another sport that's very popular in the West.
Quite popular in France as well.
Yes, very. Doesn't always get credit for how brave some of the players are in hockey when they do get nasty hits.
Back it goes to Wong. Bremner forward. A little tug back on Fraser, so Fraser will have his bane. Pat's going to take the free hit.
Now this is where Willie Marsh can be really dangerous. Great attacking threat coming out defence, and normally there's a big pass at the end of it. Clever foul by the French, so just stopping him.
Marshall across to McIntyre. A lot of meat in that for Grasic, but did well to keep it in play.
Yeah, good patience by Grasic there, that's what he's good at. Very good outcomes on the ball.
Marshall goes for the firer. Still alive in the D, and the stick came in, and it looked like it was Guillaume Durand, and that will be a penalty corner.
Yeah, that's classic Willie Marshall. I mean, he's got a fantastic, powerful hit. Keeping that flat's a difficult skill, and then Cammy Fraser obstructed when trying to win the ball. Very good decision by the umpire. Hopefully Scotland can do more with this penalty corner. First and disappointing. I'd like to see Kenny Bain have a go at the bottom right corner.
Waiting for someone to break the deadlock. So Gordon McIntyre to inject this.
French player's broken early there, so makes life a wee bit easier for Scotland. Interesting to see if they change their tactics now. Yep, they're having a chat, so
John Warren Kiefer is heading away to halfway, taking his time, taking all the stuff back off to get back to halfway. I don't know if that was a deliberate tactic. Bantai will try again.
yep,
It's going to be Bain, and he's going to squirm away.
a good save by the keeper there. That's where Bain was practicing the warm-up, but comfortably saved by the big tall French keeper.
Still with Scotland here, Forsyth trying to rattle it through the gap.
Umpire maybe a wee bit hasty there. Kerry Bain ready to pull the trigger. Forsyth on again, looking for some 3D skills. Just a wee bit too much there.
A quick calm down, lads, from the umpires.
Derek Forsyth just asking his son to move the ball. I think that's right. I think sometimes the kind of star players get a wee bit guilty of hogging it, so if they could just shift it a wee bit more, otherwise it becomes far too easy for the French defence to predict what they're going to do. But when you're as lethal as Alan Forsyth, you can't blame him for keeping hold sometimes.
Change state forward. That one's heading into the field. Far too much venom on it.
Yeah, France quite quiet so far in this quarter, all Scotland. Really need to take advantage of this possession and territory as they push into the attacking half. Lots of room on the right here if Willie Marsh can find David Forsyth, and he does. Playing his hockey in Holland, I believe.
Maybe it was Forsyth with Quivive, but France are very much on the sensei in this move.
Oh, hard done by for Willie Marshall there. Very hard done by. Looked like a good tackle coming up off the French stick, but the umpire's seen it differently.
Scotland players, Marshall one of those straight across to have a chat, but decision made.
I suppose you could say c'est la vie when it comes to these decisions. I wish I'd adopted that attitude in life, but I could see why Willie was maybe a wee bit perturbed by that.
Chris Grasic furthering up the conversation.
It's just frustrating when you feel that you have been hard done by, and it leads to something so critical as a penalty corner. If we had appeals, I suppose it could have gone to a video referral, and the correct decision may have been arrived at, but we don't, so they just have to go on with it and hope that they get the luck of the bounce later.
Same with Martin Brisak. The injection here. Charlie with the strike, another penalty corner coming. You're wincing your face at that.
It's just it's such good corner defence, and then because the ball's popped up, they've got to face it again. It's just a wee bit disheartening for them. You know, you're putting your body in the line. You've got 0.1 of a second, 0.2 of a second to react, and you have to face it all again. It's pretty tough.
And Martin Brisak once more. Same routine with Charlie. Does score them for penalty corners, but not on that occasion.
Lovely split step by the keeper there. He's been lively. He's been excellent so far.
French still have it in their path. Good interlinking passing. Wriggles through for Lee Morton, who will try and clear for Scotland. Six minutes to half time. Remains goalless here. Charlie switching it across, it goes from Forges. Turn from Martin Brisak. Continuing his way. Stopped as he was heading into the D.
I think both teams could be fairly content with their start. Possibly Scotland coach a wee bit happier. And as we said earlier, draw's not the end of the world for either team, given it's the opening game. But I wonder who'll gamble first and push something more into attack. Lovely vision there. Big switch left to right.
Charlie smashed off the legs of Byers, but forward goes Martin Brisak. Just off the baseline, I think. It's going to be a...
Byers getting pulled up, quite unfortunate because he knew nothing about it. He turned his back, just stuck his stick out, and I think it just hit the back of the stick, so that's why he's been given the green for a 2-minute breather.
Yeah, I was going to say it seemed a little bit unfortunate because he just was in the wrong place at the wrong time, but may well have stopped something, you never know. But a couple of minutes.
But again, great discipline shown by the players. They take the green, they get off, they get on with it, because the time doesn't start until they're on the seat, so they'll let their team down if they take their time.
Yeah, absolutely.
Good by Scotland here. Cosgrove on the ball. Lovely reverse pass up to Grasick.
Here he is now.
Wonderful interplay.
Jamie Wong. Chance here. Can he get it away? A bit of obstruction there.
Good to hear the crowd getting behind them there. A wee bit of controversy. Maybe the French holding up that move. Scotland really need the crowd now. Take advantage.
Forges with the switch across the field. Goy forwards. Baumgarten needing a bit of help. That's a Goy once more. France starting to try and up it. Can they work a chance for themselves? Certainly trying to weave something into the deep. Didn't quite work out for them.
Yeah, the French certainly more structured in their attacks. Great patience, just waiting for that link up the forward to take advantage of it. I think they'll last longer in the game in terms of their efficiency in the ball. Scotland maybe a wee bit more frantic as they attack, with Riddle on the right hand side here. Nice move, nice play, and slid away
umpire just going to show a green card in the middle of all that move. Gaspar Baumgarten is going to have his couple of minutes. Scotland back up to 11. A bit of a busy last couple of minutes or so. Just a couple of minutes left in this quarter and to the half-time break. So the space required for home side, French trying to put up the resistance. Slightly illegally from Forges.
What the French have been good at is breaking down attacks. They've limited Scotland's chances with a very busy D, so good discipline there if they can maintain that. And again, breaking up play nice outside the D. Good block by the defender.
Quick with the ball, and ball went flying.
Yeah, aside from the crowd there, as it just missed a nice shiny BMW, I think. So Scottish Hockey will be chuffed at that in terms of their insurance. So every French player in the defence.
Oh, it's a good ball, and it's Kenny Bain. And there is the opener, quick as a flash. Kenny Bain celebrates, and with just under 90 seconds to half time, the goal for Scotland.
Yeah, very clever disguised pass. Jamie Wong picked up the ball, eyes towards the halfway line, put the French defenders off, and then slides it straight to the penalty spot. So very clever pass and a neat finish by Kenny Bain, doing what he does best. Interesting to see how the French respond now. They've probably not had as much of this quarter as they would have liked, so I think Scotland will push now, knowing Derek Forsyth. Scotland will push hard for the next minute and a half, trying to get a second, so the French will need to be on guard.
Well, if you're wanting the perfect way to end head into a half-time break, that is that from Kenny Bain. France will need to, I guess, take the half-time break to their advantage, because they've been a little bit more cumbersome, but they're a side, remember, highest ranked here.
Yeah, I think they'll find their feet as the match goes on, but just a bit conservative at the moment.
Anderson this time trying to get it across into the D.
Yeah, umpire just judging that he hit the backside of the stick there, as you can tell by the bounce of the ball, so a bit disappointing for him, but crowd just acknowledging the Kenny Bain goal there. French don't seem to have panicked, back to their shape, spreading the ball about, using the pitch, making it nice and big, and making Scotland do a lot of running. I've been really impressed by the French 22 Charlet, very good at spreading the ball about, good vision, very composed in the ball, orchestrating a lot of their forward play.
Durant now thought, is there maybe a sucker punch right at the very end? Marshall, no nonsense. France may well just have to take the half-time break and try and regroup, because they are behind here, the French. Scotland hitting the front right towards the end of that second quarter through Kenny Bain. A lovely ball for Bain to finish. France know how good they are. I'm sure there will be a response in the second half. Let's have a little refresh of what we've just seen so far. And it was the French who had a terrific first quarter, trying to pick out a few of these chances here. The French really started well.
Yeah, I think hindsight, if they look back at this game and they were to lose it, they'd be disappointed, because the chances were good chances, and certainly with the strikes could have been better. Similarly for Scotland though, hitting the ball to the keeper rather than making the keeper make a good save.
This was a rare chance Scotland had early on. And then the second quarter, that's where things started to develop for Scotland, but still been a fairly open game. Another one of those hit and hope ones into the D, hope you can find someone. Under the penalty corners, you mentioned the Scotland penalty corners have been a bit scratched. The French had a go themselves from a penalty corner. They got two in that situation, they got another one after. Again, it was well saved, but
yeah, it was a good save.
Good effort from Charlie.
Lineman had it covered as well, so a wee bit of height would have helped him there.
And towards the end of the second period, this moment, this goal.
It's a wonderful pass. I mean, that is the key to that goal. The pass is wrong-footed to defence. Kenny Baines a lay-up to it, 1-0.
Well, cap 156, not bad at all. A goal against France, but there's still plenty of time left for both sides. French, I'm sure, will ramp things up in the third quarter, but for the moment we'll take a pause. At the break, it's France 0, Scotland 1. Welcome back. We're almost ready for the second half in this final game of the day here in Glasgow. It's been a busy old day since the first game at 11:45 this morning. And this is the second game in Pool A. Scotland with advantage, but we know how good this French side are. And we thoroughly expect up-tempo, like how they played the first quarter. Alan Meikle, Hellhead player, is alongside himself, Callum Patterson. Thanks for joining us on our live coverage whenever you're watching, and hopefully we might see a bit more ramped up. We've got a goal now, so I guess the KJ Fair Alan has to go out the window a little bit, especially for France.
Yeah, I would think so. I still think they'll be fairly cautious for this quarter. I think they'll just eat away at Scotland, try and keep them moving and let the gaps appear through good play rather than forcing it, because the danger is if they force it they'll get countered. I fancy Scotland if they were to get a second goal to be a difficult nut to crack, because it will change the whole approach to the game, but we know how dangerous France can be.
Morton with the ball in, and Kenny Ben was straight up, hands in the air, looking for a penalty corner. It has been given against Victor Charlie, the captain of France. A rare moment from him, because he's been very good so far, Charlie.
Yeah, massive opportunity for Scotland to take a double their advantage so early on in the half. There seems to be quite a bit of space in the last corner at the left hand side, although that was against a three-man running defence, so I think it would be the same as normal, just a nice flick off the top. French keeper looks fairly competent though, so they need to do something pretty special to beat him.
McIntyre to inject here.
An early break there, and he knows it.
Etienne Tainerez, the 18-year-old, not happy.
And this is what I was alluding to earlier, the corner where this happened in the second quarter. There was a massive gap on the left hand side of Scotland to switch it towards, I think it's Alan Forsyth, but it's rarely done nowadays, but it'd be good to see.
Goes to Wong. Morton right across the face of goal and away past the baseline.
Very, very rare to see an injection not hit the target. That could have been a lot to do with how important that opportunity was, just playing in his mind there. That's disappointing. Big opportunity missed there.
If you're of a French persuasion, you're relieved, including Charlie, who gave away penalty corner, and as well Tainerez, who sent away from the move.
Yeah, that's the thing about missing chances like that. I mean, it just gives the French that added boosting, just keeps the lead just down to one, so that'll give them a right boost as they push forward. Again, very patient coming out the back here. Sweeper just taking his time, scanning the pitch. There's no panic by the French, they know they've got goals in them, it's just a matter of time before they begin to threaten again. Scotland equally as disciplined though. Sitting at about 60 press.
Charlie across then for Ginstead. One back by Scotland, and it was Morton who stole it away.
I think the umpire may got that one wrong. I think it was a Scotland foot. French will be disappointed there, but good discipline, accepting the umpire's decision.
One for Grasic, maybe a little loose.
Well, here we go, French chance.
There. Big moment for him. Chance, take two. And it was tried to get helped on its way by Peter van Straten, who's the quiet game so far, a big player for France, but didn't work out. But still with the French. Francois Goy trying to keep it, he has it, but
yeah, dangerous times there. But looked like a wonderful reflex save by the Scotland keeper, but good attacking play by France.
I think Chris Grasic,
the French number 3, I think, getting a green for pushing.
I thought Grasic was going to get a green just for yapping away, talking away to the referee, but the umpire, I should say, and instead it's a bit argy-bargy, which has cost France and Van Straten a couple of minutes.
Yeah, I think that should be a bit of a shot in the arm for Scotland. France are by no means out this game, and it only takes a matter of seconds to concede, so they need to really sharpen up now. Good by France, who started this quarter really well.
Peters due it now. Switch for Lockwood. Lockwood twists, turns. Again, not too many in blue there. Only Taineves.
Oh, nearly a potential disaster for Scotland there. They thought it was their ball, so went ahead with their subs and nearly get caught with only 8 men defending the D, so that was a bit hard in the mouth there.
Victor Lockwood.
Good by the French there, nice and direct.
Trying to maintain the pressure.
Yeah, this very different pattern to this quarter so far. The French have really stepped it up. A lot more of their players in the attacking quarter. Scotland getting forced deep and not really seen much of the ball. Great penetrating run there, but dealt with nicely by Grasic.
Jean-Baptiste Forget is not happy with the little coming together.
Umpires disagree, no, but it looks like the umpire in the balls half has got the upper hand with that one.
Umpires are Eduardo Lozano of Spain and Nick Bennett of England.
Umpires have been impressive in all the matches so far, keeping a lot of control of the games and allowing the game to flow and for the spectators to see fast running hockey.
Francois Goy gets it back here, lovely interchange with Taineves.
Yeah, a bit of a French swagger now, a lot of good running off the ball, some good understanding, good linking. Scotland really need to just get on the ball and keep it and frustrate the French.
Charlie, space coming. I thought they might have went for the route. Baumgarten with the 14 on his back was making a good run down that channel, but instead tried to find Taineves, who was in the fringe of the D.
Yeah, a very, very good searching ball by the big sweeper, just the bounce, eluding the Baumgarten. Nice touch up the line by Riddle.
Bain tried to help out on his way. Curty. Charlie. Dumont. Lockwood was given a shout. Dumont switched side to provide an option. Trying to take on McIntyre. Switch from Durant. Turn for Keterez. Body is lurking and penalty corner is signalled.
Yeah, that was born out of good French patience. They got the ball on the attacking left hand side and brought it all the way out, switched the play to the right where all the space was, and it was a fairly straightforward corner for the umpire to award in the end. That's what impresses me the most with the French. They're not panicking, they're sticking to their game plan. They know that through time they'll create chances and aren't reverting to a plan B or a plan C.
Nicolas Dumont and with the injection here for the French, looking to get the equaliser. There's Charlie and comes to nothing.
Brilliant defence there by Russell Anderson, really brave, charging it down, managed to get a stick on it, how I don't know, but that's selfless running for his team there. Again, French will be disappointed at that, it's a big opportunity.
Charlie to Forges. Baumgarten. Dumont. Durant and
Lovely layoff there.
play. Baumgartner getting in, just running by the baseline.
Yeah, the French just up in the ante here. I think it's wave after wave of attacking Derek side. We're getting a wee bit anxious at the side. Scotland need to come up with some kind of a strategy to limit this, because it's a matter of time before the French break the deadlock, I think.
And it would be deserved the way the play has been so far in this quarter.
I think it's fair to say in the 40 minutes or so we've watched, this has been the most dominant play by any of the teams. Scotland have barely been on the ball, so the next 7 minutes will be very telling in terms of where the 3 points go.
Over 1 point apiece, you never know.
Yeah, and again, that wouldn't be the end of the world for either team.
Lockwood for Jez. Lockwood. Scrap.
Good harrying by Bain there, got a couple of good touches on it, just stopping that attack.
Nice wriggle room there, Lockwood.
Wonderful skills. If he turned Bremner inside out there.
Lockwood plays for Levain in Belgium. 74th cap.
Not a particularly French sounding surname. I wonder if there's maybe a bit of maybe Australian, New Zealand, unusual surname, but Victor does sound fairly French though. Scotland finally in the ball, but then very quickly.
Classic, winning that back in a flash.
They were going to the rest. Yep.
A
2
break
minutes
for that though.
Probably quite a good break up though. I mean, robbed of the ball. I think he saw the danger. Maybe a cynical win. Scotland they just won the ball back. That was a rare chance for Scotland to get possession, and then immediately the French were onto them. So Scotland really need to start shifting the ball, getting their key playmakers on it, and just steady this shit. But as of yet, no real great opportunities other than the penalty corner for all this French play. That should be a source of frustration, I'm sure.
Point of instruction, I'm sure, from Gail Foulard. Certainly, it still seems as you're talking about how calmness about the French play, even from the sidelines. Not feeling the need to rush yet. Taken on though now for Scotland by Lee Morton.
Now this is what you want to see Lee Morton doing. You want to see him with the ball running at people, because he is just one of the most exciting prospects in the game. It's wonderful.
Look at this.
Free flowing running.
McIntyre head, and it is a goal, and it is offside. It is though an absolute brilliant team goal, and in a quick of the flash, France have dominated this quarter, and they have been punished big time.
A tremendous goal. I mean, Lee Morton got the ball halfway line, jinked past a couple, lovely crossfield pass to Gordon Macker, and then a beautiful layoff. I mean, it's sensational 2v1 hockey. A goal made in the West. Kelburn to a Greenock original, and then Greenock back to another Kelburn player. Superb.
Those watching us from out with Scottish British Shores, some big names in Scottish club hockey. But that is a smash and grab goal there, and the French must be thinking, why on earth, how on earth are we too adrift?
I think when we talk about the game and how mental factors are so important, that is a sucker punch for the French, because they have been by far the better team in this quarter and have got nothing out of it, and now Scotland have gone up the other end and out of nothing, have doubled their advantage. So big advantage to Scotland here.
Now here's Dumonthal and some last ditch defending, and it was a great strike. Martin Bressac with it, and it's going to go against the French in the end, but that was almost a very quick reply.
Oh, I think that's a save off the keeper. I mean, as good as Scotland's goals have been, they say defence wins games, and if Scotland defend like that, they're going to be very hard for the French to break down. We've talked about the goal by the Portuguese been goal of the season. That could be save of the tournament so far if that's a save. But again, the French are on the ball. They're not holding back here now. They've not really got any choice.
Goye. Peter Van Straten supporting that channel. Taken though by David Forsyth.
It'll be interesting to see if the French now abandon their patient approach and have to throw caution to the wind. I think I would say so, but we'll see.
They're on the able to get back down to the French. 3 minutes left of this quarter.
Yeah, the Scottish quite happy to sit deep, sitting at half court, easily snuffing out most French passes. Grasic, a wee bit cheap in the ball there, giving away possession.
Yeah, it could be dangerous here. France trying to get it, they will have it.
I think the French coach will be pretty desperate for his team to get on the score sheet in this quarter, otherwise he could be facing a proverbial park bus in the final quarter as Scotland defend their lead.
Lockwood. Hitting hop on, almost came through. Jinstedt, and come off, I think must have came off a body part of, looks like McIntyre. He was first to protest, but they have got a chance here, just over a couple of minutes left.
Yeah, I think it's possibly a wee bit tough. The ball coming off the keeper, hard for the keeper to control. I don't think it's necessarily a body part, it's more danger. They try and prevent players coming in swinging at waist height. I think if I was a defender, I'd be a wee bit disappointed because I thought it was still safe enough for somebody to control. But as we said earlier, these things balance themselves out.
So a chance for France to try and get themselves on the board. Nicolas Dumont.
I can't overplay how important it is that Scotland keep this out, and how important this would be for France indeed to open their scoring.
Jinstedt looks like he could be the favourite, and it's trickled away wide. Not the best at all. They've not had the best of luck from penalty corners, France. Not really executed anything of high quality, but they do still have possession. Yeah,
I think it's a combination of poor execution and really good Scottish defence. I think if they review the game, they'll certainly look at that as an area that they have to improve as the tournament goes on. But again, back to that patient play.
That could have went anywhere. Bounced off Riddle.
Good calm play by Wong there coming out. Again, French are a wee bit short at the back now as they chase the game. But Scotland quite content just to sit back, which will be frustrating for the French.
Back and forth, yes, 90 seconds. Lockwood now. Nice threaded pass here. Curty to the left is going to pick up. Curty driving, and they've got themselves another penalty corner. Pick yourself if you think that came off. I think it may have been David Forsyth, but it could have been a couple of them in there that it rattled off.
Yeah, I don't know if it was a slip but I think it just played into his body, which is a wee bit unfortunate. It's been a slip. You would think with the law of averages, talk about trying to convert maybe 1 in 3, 2 in 3 corners. So by the law of averages, this should be time for a goal, but see how the Scottish defence stands up to it.
Well, of a different regime. Martin Bressac across Jinstedt, and it's going to be another penalty corner.
Yeah, the French a bit disappointed umpire blew because he was about Lockwood. I think was in line for a shot at goal there, but another corner it is.
So, Simon Martin Bressac again. Instead, it's over and high.
Yeah, that's extremely disappointing. That wasn't even near the target. Keeper comfortable. That must be 5-6 corners the French have now not taken advantage of. So
Hugo Jinstedt, one of the linchpins on this side. 25 years of age and 121 caps now, including tonight. Plays his club hockey for Saint-Germain. the other end. Scotland just trying to tick down the clock to the end of the third quarter.
I can see a crash ball coming in here when the clock gets to 5 or so seconds.
Atkins.
But nothing ventured, nothing gained.
Control from Anderson. Alan Forsyth, and there is the crash ball. There is the end of the quarter. Scotland with a 2-0 lead. And well, such a surprising goal in the way the balance of play was in that third period. But Alan Forsyth getting it, and it was a wonderful team move. And France have got big work to get themselves back into this, and at least maybe pick up a point in the table, try and get a draw out of it.
Yeah.
So let's have a look at this.
That was the corner that broke down with a pool injection. That was a big chance with 3 defenders and a keeper.
France huffed and they puffed throughout the quarter. Save there coming in. Very excellent save from Alexander. And maybe this is one area France has been a bit weaker maybe than what they're up to their usual standards. Haven't quite found the right moment in the penalty corner, but this is the break. Such a great goal.
Yeah, just a moment of magic. You've had the brilliance of Alexander in goals, and then a sublime moment by Lee Morton. The difference between the two sides. I think if we were to look at the stats, I think the Scottish keepers made double figure saves, whereas the French keepers maybe made a handful. So it's a cruel game sometimes. But I think all France need is one goal and they're back in this game, and then suddenly a wee bit of doubt might peep into the Scottish players. Killer doubt. So the next 15 minutes will be fascinating.
So 2-0 it is here. It's been a cracking day across the board. Wins for Russia, for Wales and Ukraine. France, the top seeds here, relegated from the top tier last year, have got 50 minutes to save the start of their campaign, or they may well be on a catch-up mission all week in this group phase. Morton then finds Bremner, Scotland. Well, a situation for them where they're comfortable for now, but France, if they launch like they did in the third quarter and get themselves a goal, it could well be a rather exciting ending.
Oh, what a pick by Cammy Fraser.
Fraser did so well. Kenny Bain with the turn, and it's saved. And it's went the other way of Kenny Bain, nearly made it 3 there.
Yeah, the keeper did well, got out quickly to Bain there, but that was a fantastic pick in there by Cammy Fraser, similar to the skills showed by the Ukraine player earlier against Portugal. I'm interested to see how Scotland approach this. I mean, they'll be more than content to keep the ball, but quite often that invites pressure, so they often say the best form of defence is attack. So we'll see if Forsyth maintains his attacking style of hockey.
Durant and support down that side. About Thor Marshall. Such experience head. And Chris Vlasic back with it. Bremner 2 around. Lee Morton trying to go in one of those runs again.
Again, the French aren't pressing the panic button quite yet, although that pass doesn't help in their build-up. They just look a wee bit despondent at the moment. Not a lot of fight in them, but maybe just adjusting to the new surroundings and a different pitch.
Morton, not got a lot of space, but making the space himself. Just making the space himself.
Tremendous 3D skills and elimination skills by Morton again, just unable to find a pass in the D, much to Coach Forsyth's frustration.
Atkins, Bain keeps it in. And attacked back by Lazio Rogier.
So it seems like Scotland are going for the jugular. They're certainly not sitting back, which is probably the correct approach. Looking to kill the game off with a third.
Long down that line. Guy Fraser needed a bit of help, did find it. Chance in a hurry, in a rush to get us back and get it up the other side.
Oh, lovely play by France, great vision.
Good space for Victor Lockwood. In step with the pass initially. He might get this back here, and does from Curtie.
Oh, he's been
Step,
impressive.
absolutely superb. Just run out of space in the end.
Scotland back in really good numbers though, and snuffing out that attack.
Byers went half the way and couldn't quite link it up with Alan Forsyth.
It's just a couple of passes, Baines just rushed a bit, you know, just take it half a second extra, and I think he could have really put France under some pressure.
Theronton, Forges.
So every French player now in the attacking half as their sweeper steps through, so they're really going for it now.
Dumont need to get at least one. Oh, a shove, and that changes the complexion. Chris Grassick straight to the umpire. What do you make of that?
From my point of view, it was a coming together. I don't think it was a deliberate shove. I think the ball was gone when the player went into the French. Scottish player went into the French attacker. But the umpire probably had a slightly different perspective on it. Obviously, we've got the beauty of replay, but it just looked a bit clumsy. I thought the ball was gone when the umpire's perceived foul occurred. But such is life.
Hugo Ginsett then, it's a penalty stroke, and big moment here for France with 10.5 minutes left. This to get them on the board and a chance to get them back. Oh, and it's well saved. Thomas Alexander's had a stunning game. Celebration as if he scored a goal, and France has just not been their evening so far.
He's been outstanding. It's one of the best goalkeeping performances I've seen in a long time. Wonderful reactions. The flick could have been a wee bit wider, absolutely, but world class. And how lucky are Scotland to have him?
Well, Ginstead's been superb for France this game as well. One of the few players that's shone through despite them being behind, but they're still needing 2 goals. Here is Ginstead trying to work the way through. Dumont, Lockwood, a firer. Didn't come to anyone in blue. Well, you did talk about, I think it was the previous game you mentioned about from penalty strokes. Obviously, Ukraine had a couple. How it's difficult these days for keepers to save penalty strokes. There is one of the rare moments.
Yeah, I mean, you never know how much keepers know about it. You ultimately have to make yourself as big as you can. Try and look at the penalty taker's feet to try and guess where they're going, but it's just terrific reflexes. That's what they train hard for.
At the other end, it's Alan Forsyth. Oh, it's just behind everyone in and around the D, but that was a little bit dangerous from Gavin Byers. Trying to funnel it back towards the circle.
Yeah, I just heard Derek Forsyth speaking to his subs bench, just urging him to keep the ball. He feels that the Scotland side are just maybe a wee bit haphazard in possession. And he's right. I mean, if you've got the ball, it's very hard for your opposition, but the French still pushing forward with the very elusive number 7 on the ball.
Yeah, Hugo Ginstead trying to repay the damage of the penalty. Dumont out wide. Another firer in. back, not quite for Scotland's side. Riddle was trying to claim it now. Up the other side, Martin Bresack now looking for a bit of inspiration. They get one. I think you could sense a real siege, a real blast forward.
Yeah, I think Scotland are invited a bit of pressure when we've a couple of meaningful attacks that they've just gifted to the French, rather than just keeping possession and running the clock down. The French may be finding their feet a wee bit too late in the game, although all it takes is a split second to be back in the game.
Lockwood across, and it is a goal, and it is one back, and there is the moment. This is going to be a grandstand finish.
I think that was commentator's curse there, that split second.
Martin Bresack has been very influential, taking a couple of the penalty corners, but this time for open play, firing in.
For France is number 8, Simon Martin.
So 2-1, and could be 100 miles per hour this. Atkins now for Scotland.
Oh, wonderful skills, one-handed, shielding the ball.
Tyne Neves
50
taking
metre.
on Wong, ran half the field. Lockwood, I did say if they got one, I think there'd be a real confidence they're going to get a second, they would take that.
Yeah, you can see the body language, very animated, a lot of energy, and Scotland looking a wee bit weary now. It's amazing what a goal can do.
Forward, wriggle through Tyne Neves. Oh, and it slid through, and waiting there was Martin Bresack again if required. Peter Stutes, Forges.
Great defence work by Bremner there. Chance for Scotland just to keep the ball, but again, thrown it away. That's 3 or 4 times now.
Bain has won it back, thrown now. Could be a break on here. Bain gets it back from McIntyre. I actually wondered if they'd go left because there was 1 or 2 coming that way, but it continues with Bremner. Oh, there's a spell, not quite for McIntyre. France trying to have 3 or 4 minds in one there. They're trying to attack to get in the goal, but they're having to come back and defend, all going off here.
Yeah, that's a difficulty. When you chase a game, you have to take that risk, but Scotland just a wee bit cheap with the ball. Don't need to rush their attacks, but playing into the French hands to some extent, rather than just making them do all the running. Just over 5 minutes to play here. I think French looking a wee bit more energetic. Scotland just have to regain their composure and play keep ball.
Corner goes for Baumgarten, just running to Grasic. Morton. Arm out in the direction of Scotland. I'll tell you what, it's been a while. It's been a day where we've had 4 games in the one day, and there's been 4 terrific games, really different qualities and such like.
Yeah, it's been a treat. I mean, classic. If you look at 3 of the 4 results have been decided by 1 goal, other than the Ukraine game, so very, very competitive and an exceptionally high standard of hockey, played at an incredible pace. And whether the French win or lose this game, I've no doubt that we'll see them up in the top 2 places. They seem a classy outfit, maybe just up against a strong home crowd and a good Scotland showing.
They're always trying to play it forward. Probably a debate for another day about how do these sides that are kind of near the top 6-7 European sides can get themselves kind of on the same footing, so it's not quite the same. There always seems to be a yo-yo effect. The 2 teams promoted from the second tier always seem to come back down. But that I guess that's a huge debate we could have sometime, but it's been the same for a while if you look at the recent history in the top tier and the second tier. But some great sides on show here, and
key thing I
Very good
suppose
day.
maybe starting a squad from a very young age and keeping them together, as the French, as you alluded to,
Yeah.
the French doing, and so that they're not having an older squad and having to rebuild every couple of years. So that may be key.
Bigger pool as well and things
Yeah,
like that. But
yeah.
yeah, France are kind of have been just about there, but just haven't quite made that tiny little nudge to be a secure side in the top tier.
It also comes from the teams in the top tier are playing against better
Yeah.
opposition more often, so it's a kind of catch-22.
Just over 3 minutes left. Excitement, tension, everything here in Glasgow. This is just day one of this EuroHockey Championship 2.
So the
back
French,
here.
French performance has fairly stifled the Scottish crowd, though, and they're very quiet at the moment, so Scotland could do with getting them going again by getting on the ball.
Hugo Genstedt with support with Francois Goyer. Dumont skittles away off Van Straten, who certainly is one of those players that has been rather quiet today. It's one of the, I'd say, the French top players, along with like say Genstedt at the World League semi-final in Johannesburg. Obviously found it very difficult against, I've said, a lot of those top tier sides, but he was one of those, but 2 or 3 others as well. And I've seen a couple of good performances in the French particularly. Talked about Genstedt despite the penalty stroke miss, or save I should say.
Yeah, Genstedt's been a really exciting talent. His elimination skills are exciting, very fast hands and very direct runner. Just maybe a wee bit too deep at the moment though.
Here is Genstedt trying to wriggle it through towards Belanger, but no one there behind. A stoppage from the umpires.
Okay, I think the French have taken their goalkeeper off, so they're going to 11 outfield players and putting a kicking back on.
A keeper with an outfielder with goalkeeping privileges, as we like to call it.
Yeah.
As Jamie Frail, a goalkeeper, has said Peters Dutz is going to take that honour. Do you think it's a surprise? Because even if France lose, there's a good chance, although it might be a harder semi-final, they'll be there if they play well. It's a slight surprise that they're maybe trying this.
No, I think it's definitely worth going for a draw.
Martin Bessac trying to rattle it, but again, arm out the other direction.
It's definitely worth a gamble, because if they get the one more goal they need to get the draw, then it comes down to 2 wins against Ukraine and Portugal, assuming they can get them in goal difference. So absolutely, an extra outfield player can make all the difference. I think it's always good to try and concede. If you concede a goal whilst trying to score a goal, you can kind of understand that was a risk you have to take. But it's important now that France, having got an extra player, push high, otherwise it's a completely wasted tactic.
Baumgarten in support, and Goyer, is it going to come? It's going to slide away on his knees on the floor. Laurie Belanger, just in case, tried to slide out and try and take it.
Yeah, good pressure by Grasek there, right off the shoulder. If he hadn't been there, that would have been potentially quite an easy tap in. So nervy times for Scotland.
Umpire stopping things again. Kenny Bain having a chat this time.
We're just under a minute to play here, so Scotland are sensible, they can see this game out.
Back with France though. Martin Bessac, and now it's going to be a yellow card. It'll not be 5 minutes because there's not that much time left, but Grasek has been lively. Green card, now yellow card.
That's a clever card. I mean, the danger was there. 38 seconds to go, 5-minute yellow. Good experience there by the captain. Scotland have set their defence now.
Lockwood across. Genstedt. So the firing straight in goes wide. It's not the best as it's taken by Morton. And trying to play it down in the corner. Final 30 seconds in a pulsating game. Can Dumont maybe get it back?
Great cover tackle there by Nick Parks. Crucial interception with 10 seconds left. No, someone needs to pressure here.
Instead, it's going to try and fire it. Oh, it's going to be cleared away. And
That's
that
the
could
game.
well be that. It's been a cracking game, but France, the top seeds, have they got a chance? That's it. and it's game one, but it shows Willie Marshall straight up there with the fist bump. It's a huge win. If you look at the rankings, France have came back down into the second tier. The two sides in this group that are looking to progress, but Scotland have made their mark and they've won the game by a couple of goals to one.
Yeah, it's a fantastic game. I mean, from the first minute to the 68th minute there, France maybe feel a wee bit hard done by. They certainly created most of the chances, certainly from set plays, having missed the penalty stroke and all the penalty corners, but a typical gutsy Scottish performance. You can see how happy they are with that result. They absolutely realise the importance of that, and hopefully now both teams can back up good first performances against Portugal and Ukraine.
France, I think it's fair to say they probably weren't at their top level. I think if this might be played later in the week, it could have been a different game, but these games can be close. But if you look at the recent history in the World League, 3-1 France won. They also had a couple of goals to 0-1 as well in the round 2 phase, the group stage, then in the knockout phase. So it shows that Scotland don't beat France too often, certainly of late. And this French side, they've got this one out the way. They've got a couple of important games now. You fully expect them to join Scotland in the knockout rounds. Yeah, having seen Ukraine and Portugal, I think France may have too much for them. However, ultimately, if they continue being so reluctant or poor in front of goal, they'll struggle against any team, so they really need to get that sorted out. But yeah, they've certainly got the quality to progress to the semi-finals, given some good results, and I would hope to see both of them, both Scotland and France, in the final, because that'd be a thrilling replay. Well, there's a look back. Let's look back at the best action. Kenny Bain scoring for Scotland, and then Scotland went up the other way in a quarter where France were dominant, and a terrific team goal. Well, that's actually, looking at that in slow motion, that's a 6v3, six French defenders, 3 Scottish attackers. Moment of brilliance by Lee Morton. This was a big moment as well. France got a goal, but before this, a penalty stroke. You never know what happens. If that was 2-1, you don't know what happens to that. But that was still 2-0 because of that save. Oh, tremendous. I mean, that's a stick save. That's a 2-inch width of the stick. They gambled, picked the right way, and yeah, potential man of the match performance. They did score though, and they did make an exciting finish through Martin Bressac, but it wasn't enough for France, so they are going to have to play catch up and win their 2 games in the remainder of the group stage. But there's confirmation again. Kenny Bain, Alan Forsyth, the 2 goals, 2 important goals if you're a Scotland fan for France. It is work to do, and for this group, they've got a bit of a breather now because they don't play tomorrow. They'll be back on Tuesday. France play Ukraine, Scotland against Portugal. We'll be focusing on Group B tomorrow. There's a confirmation. A look at the results for today. Russia winning 3-2 against Switzerland in a good game. They've all been good games for different reasons. Wales edging out the Czech Republic. Ukraine kind of went a bit riot in the third quarter, but Portugal were terrific to watch. 7-2 win for Ukraine. And Scotland, who are getting a big cheer in front of the main stand here, beating France by a couple of goals to 1. So as I say, big focus ahead is going to be the Group B, and there is the look for tomorrow. Switzerland against Wales. It's a 4:15 start. We'll be on there just before then, and then it is the 6:30 game, Czech Republic against Russia. So just final thoughts of the day. Obviously you've been with us for the second 2 games, but I know you've been around for most of the day. What's your thoughts on today? 4 terrific games. Oh, excellent. Didn't miss the first game, but watched the 3 that followed. Exceptional skill level, wonderful sportsmanship by all the teams on show, really good officiating. So all in all, a fantastic day of hockey. Obviously, as a Scot, it was good to see Scotland get that much needed win, but I would certainly not count France out. There's nothing to stop them coming back and winning the whole tournament based on some of their play towards the end. And big motto of the day, jokingly, in jest, world rankings don't really matter in this sort of stage because anyone can beat each other. It's so close, a lot of these teams, you can throw a blanket over them. Yeah, the margins between winning and losing in hockey are incredible, and the inability to put the ball in the back of the net at set plays can be very costly, as France found out, and Scotland took their chances. So that is for all the viewers out there, probably the key. Take your chances and you can win some games. Well, Anne, great to have your thought. I think we'll see you later in in the week, I think Friday I believe, so we'll see you then when we're into the business end of the tournament. Still some great stuff to come, but Alan, for today, thank you very much for joining us, and we'll leave you here for today. It started off just before 11:45 for Russia against Switzerland. We are at the end of a fantastic day's worth of hockey. 4 terrific games, wins for Russia, for Wales, for Ukraine and for Scotland. We'll be back with pool B action from just before 4:15 tomorrow, but from all of us here, it's good evening from Glasgow.